Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? How was everybody's weekend? We haven't had an episode of the Inferno in a little while. Eat your dinner, grab your drinks. Alright. I'm gonna stop the music now. Who do we got in here? Hello, Billy. Hello, Masamus. Hello, Boris. Hello, Michael. Hello, GRF. Hello, Megan. Hello, Space Frog. Hello, Gas Station Kennedy. Hello, Raccoon Warlock. Hello, Kippy. Hello, Zephyr. Hello, Paige. Hello, Easy Walker. Hello, Gwen. And hello, Neon Zephyr. And I think that's everybody that's in chat right now. And hello, everybody else who isn't in chat and is just listening in. So I've got a preamble to go over because I wrote a script today. Whoa, amazing. So yeah, so we got a little bit of scripted stuff that I'll go over before we get into the discussion section. So today we'll be talking about the ethics of criticizing the creative works of bad people. This is my call-in show, The Inferno, where I host a conversation topic, present my argument and my viewpoint, and then I welcome you, the viewer, to call in and share your ideas and opinions. Callers must be 18 plus with a decent quality mic, preferably a standalone USB microphone and stable internet, and be comfortable speaking publicly. Kind of goes without saying. I suggest taking some notes and writing things down as we go along to make sure you have a good idea on what you want to talk about, especially if you're not used to streaming. There will be a bit of a pre-screen with my lovely mods if you've never been on the show before, but if like we have spoken in VC or over voice call, or you're like a frequent caller of this show or my stream in general, I'm not going to bother screening you. Excuse me. Anyway, right now, I will be creating an invite link. Invite people. And this link will expire in 6 hours. And it will be limited to 25 uses. If you are already a member of the server, do not click this link because you'll take up the spot of somebody who's already here. I'm going to put it in the chat, and I'm also going to put it in the description of the video. It is a first come, first serve. If you are not one of the first 25 people to click on the link, unfortunately, I can't have everybody. I can't take everybody on. We probably won't even get to everybody that clicks on the link. But the first 25 people who click on the link that I'm about to share, you are welcome as a stream guest, or you can just kind of hang out. This one will not expire. I've decided that I'm just going to extend it to anyone as a permanent join if you catch this stream. Here is the link in chat now. Yes, not a prescription, Paige. My little pharmacy friend. It's very specifically for I wrote down what I wanted to say, like some kind of professional or something. Imagine that. All right. So, with that out of the way, today's show will be focusing again on the ethics of critically analyzing bad people. And the main topics that I want to go over is sort of my preface to this is, what is the point of no return for a creative, if there is one, and is that different than a layperson? And I'm kind of using creative and public figure interchangeably here, but specifically a public figure that is a creative, like an artist, a musician, that sort of thing. Is it more acceptable if a creative's bad actions are completely delineated from their work? Like, what if they are a brilliant author with so many good things to say in their works, but are like a shitty person in real life? What if a creative is no longer with us or cannot profit or benefit from the work otherwise, or their work otherwise? Does that change anything? Like if they're dead, like, H.P. Lovecraft, do we have to worry that there, might be some racism going on there, for example? Is critical analysis a useful tool against bad actors? Can it unhook the hold they have over their audience? And is there other ways that it could be useful? Now, this part is a little bit unscripted because I just saw some comments coming up in relation to this stream and the topics we're talking about. I am not specifically talking about on if you're allowed to go watch a piece of media that was made by a bad person. That's not what this discussion is about. I usually don't really care. I have my own opinions and how I interact with people on an interpersonal level, depending on certain things, but like I can't tell you what to do. I'm just a guy on the internet, with a microphone You can listen to what I have to say, or you can choose not to. I'm not the be all end all to morality and forgiveness and all of that. Is this about critically analyzing their analysis, their creative work, or both? I think that media analysis is a form of creative work. Oh, yes, and you can join my Discord also by donating to my Patreon for as little as $1 a month. And you only have to donate once. Once you've donated that $1, you're in for life. If you happen to not get the little link and you're watching this later. All right, to start off, it's my personal opinion that the point of no return for a layperson is absolutely different than a point of no return for a public figure. And a creative can still make works, but being platformed and having access to an audience is a privilege, and one that can and should be taken away by people that abuse it. However, due to the subjective nature of morality, I can't tell you what is and isn't okay. Ultimately, that's going to have to be your decision, and you yourself have to decide as an individual how you interact with people that support artists that you don't like for whatever reason. And it'll likely be different for you depending on the person and depending on the creative. If you're a big, I'm saying the scary word, if you're a big Patricia Taxon fan and you ignore all the awful things she's done, frankly, I don't want you around me, and I have concerns that bleed out into things that go beyond personal taste. Then again, if you watch Super Carlin Brothers, even though they are Harry Potter focused channel at this point, I might not like it and I won't approve, but I'm not going to end a friendship over it, I don't think. I think I have some wiggle room there. If you're a fan of J.K. Rowling herself, while I understand that she wrote a very influential children's book and it can be really hard to distance yourself from that, especially if you grew up when I did, which was, the 90s and the 2000s. Like, I was the target audience when that book was released, and we're going to talk more about that later. So, like, I get it. And I'll probably take more of an issue with it than if you just watch Super Carlin Brothers, especially if you are aware of her actions and if you financially support her or you actively contribute to the online ecosystem that continues to prop Rowling up. I'm not going to go on a witch hunt, not against you, not against the Carlin brothers, but I cannot and likely will not get along with somebody that is a big Harry Potter fan, especially if they're unapologetic. I just, at this point, I have to ask myself, like, why is a honestly mediocre book worth more to you than me if I'm your friend, right? I'm not going to go and hunt down every Harry Potter fan, but if I'm your friend and a book means more to you than I as your friend who is transgender, which is the group that Rowling lobbies against and has said awful, terrible things about, if that's more important to you than my friendship and my safety and my opinion of you, then my opinion of you is not going to be very good. You know what I mean? Yeah, I did notice that Carlin Brothers were doing a Pokemon video a few days ago. I did see that, but like, I've been a little bit, like, I feel like it's been years and they keep making, it's mostly Harry Potter stuff. So, like, I used to watch the channel, but it's gotten to the point where it's like, I can't ignore it anymore. It's too much. But again, we'll be talking about Harry Potter specifically and my experience with it later, because I was a big Harry Potter fan back in the day. Anyway, on the other hand, there are artists, writers, and online creators whose content I don't like, or I might not politically align, or otherwise I disagree with them, who are not terrible people. But make works that I have something to say about in terms of critical analysis. These people are often, honestly, the easiest to talk about. They might just have made a bad piece of art, or maybe they're dumb, but ultimately harmless. There's no controversy outside of the merit of their creation, and those are the easiest, simplest things to talk about. I could become a Matt Pat's Dumb and Here's Why channel, because I could talk about if I went through the entire library of game theories videos and picked them apart one by one, I could get a lot of mileage out of that. But at the end of the day, I feel like I'd be rehashing the same thing and I'd be having the same conversation over and over and over again. And that's not really what I'm interested in doing. Especially because, again, I don't like his stuff, but he seems to be a fine person. I've spoken to people and had conversations with people that have worked directly with him. And as much as I don't like the channel and I don't like the stuff that they made, he seems like a fine guy and people like working with him. So I can't, I don't like his stuff, but I could say that I like Matt Pat as a person. He seems fine, and I honestly don't want to hurt his feelings. If by any chance he ever is aware of my existence, I got to hang out with Comic Drake once on a fundraiser that Anthony was doing, and that was about as close as I got in terms of the 6 degrees of separation to Matt Pat. But from what I hear, he's wonderful to work with, so I can't. You just find him annoying personally. He reminds me of a lot of my friends from high school and college. Yeah, I feel like I'd get along with him, but oh you. And again, nothing against the guy. I just don't like that channel. Anyway. However, sometimes the most important things to talk about are bad things made by bad people. Oftentimes, especially with smaller internet creators, just kind of like on the flip side, because I know this is going to get some pushback, because I know people have been like, oh, like we shouldn't talk about these people. There's this idea that we shouldn't be giving them the satisfaction of paying attention to them. But here's the thing. Critics and media analysis don't do this for the benefit of the person they're criticizing, but for the benefit of their audience. I don't really care if some asshole that has hurt people and also happens to be a hack feels validated by negative attention. I don't care. It's bigger than them. And when we talk about these people, we're not saying this person as an individual is worth talking about. We should hunt them down and kill them with hammers. That's not what I've ever wanted to say. That's not the point of this channel or any of the videos that I've done analyzing other people's works. What I'm trying to say, and what I think a lot of people are trying to say, is this person is an example, and often a very easy to demonstrate example, of the ways in which someone's twisted worldview and their inept sense of morality are laid bare by the works they create. Dr. Pepper break. Yummy. So, not going to get too into the weeds yet, but J.K. Rowling writes about a main character who is bitter, entitled, and has anger issues. And I'm going to get into it, you guys. I'm going to get into it, but just as an example. But those things are fine as long as he finds an appropriate target for his arrogance. And it's usually, just by pure coincidence, fat people, ugly people, and older women. That it's okay for him to be all those awful things. Snape deserved to be bullied by James because he was like a racist or something. Like, it wasn't very nice of James to do it, but Snape did kind of deserve it. Is the idea. I guess, and then he redeemed himself for whatever reason, and I don't know, Neville deserved to be bullied by Snape because Neville's cringe, whatever. But like, it seems like the core message of Harry Potter is like, it's good to wield power against the big bad evil guy, but if you actually want to enact change on the status quo and not just kill the big bad evil guy, that's cringe. Don't do that. We get to the end of Harry Potter and the elves are still slaves. And there's still a lot of prejudice against muggle-born people. You have things like, well, Hermione might be muggle-born, but she's a really talented witch, so you can't be so bigoted towards her. But what if Hermione was, more like Neville? What if she was as talented as Neville and she did have a hard time with spells and, you know, what then? Does she suddenly deserve to be called a mudblood and deserve bigotry if she does fit that stereotype? And like I said, we're going to get into Harry Potter in detail later. So just put that on the shelf. We'll pick that up later. You got somebody, again, like Lily Orchard, who reveals her misanthropy, her self-serving politics, her outlook on the world, and her blatant disregard for sexual social boundaries between family members and adult-child relationships, which has allegedly pledged over or perhaps have even been inspired by past actions against her own family members. Within not just her prose, but the way she talks about fiction in her own quote-unquote critique videos. Like, she cannot shut up about incest. She talks about it all the time. And if I was the person that she did those allegedly awful things to, and she was just constantly bringing incest up, it would make me miserable, right? Then, on the other hand, you have authors like Neil Gaiman, H.P. Lovecraft, J.D. Salinger, and Woody Allen, who are, frankly, terrible men, but who have written works that are, according to public consensus, well written. Classics, great American novels, like, talked about to this day. It's not a black and white issue, of course. H.P. Lovecraft's racism and xenophobia is what inspired a lot of the central themes in his work, such as his fear of the other. And Woody Allen and J.D. Salinger use their positions as writers to gain access to victims. And then Gaiman, on the other hand, compartmentalized his shitty actions completely from his works and hurt women in his personal life, while crafting stories that brought comfort and spoke to the hurt and downtrodden to an extent that a lot of us felt really betrayed when we discovered the truth of what kind of a monster he really was. Yeah, they did cast a black actor to play Snape in the new series, and the flashbacks are going to be really rough. It's a full-blooded white wizard bullying a black wizard. That's going to look great. I don't think that was fully thought out. Optics. But honestly, I don't really care about that. Like, I don't care who I don't care about the new Harry Potter series. I'm sorry. I might talk about it in the spirit of this. Maybe. It depends. I'm like not planning on it, but like it might come up. Anyway. There's another variable that we can raise. Lovecraft and Salinger are dead. They're no longer around to reap the benefits of being popular authors, whereas Neil Gaiman and Woody Allen are in the industry right now. The Sandman, which is Gaiman's most influential series, was followed up with a season 2 in July of 2025, which is a year after the allegations against him went public. Woody Allen, like, he's not as big as he used to be, but he continues, within the past couple of years, to quietly write for small production companies to this day and work with some pretty big names. Like, I took a look at his IMDb and I was shocked by the people that I found him working with. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And his allegations came out in 1992, which is over 30 years ago as of the making of this video. And J.K. Rowling uses profits from her Harry Potter series and merchandise to fund anti-transgender lobbying groups in the UK. Even on the small scale, Lily Orchard uses her platform to Darvo her sister and spread hate content against LGBTQ people, Jewish people, women, and various racialized groups, typically Asian, and has even made efforts to silence her critics by abusing copyright law and the copyright system on YouTube. Giving these people an audience is harmful. However, when it comes to living creators that are terrible people, we find ourselves in a bit of a dilemma. On one hand, if we all abandoned every public figure that has ever done something bad, I think we'd be missing out on a lot of art, and ultimately, humans are imperfect. You know, we all make mistakes, and I hope that certain mistakes, especially ones that aren't a big deal, don't destroy someone's career. Then again, let's say we draw a line in the sand. A very specific line in the sand that we can't cross. We only, quote-unquote, cancel unapologetic bigots that use their platform and profit for hate, and people that are proven guilty of sexual abuse. Those are the only two things that we are allowed to cancel people for. There are other evil actions that we can talk about, but we're just going to go with these two as an example. But here's the thing. Harry Potter isn't going anywhere. And I doubt the works of Neil Gaiman are going anywhere either. They are part of the public consciousness. People read them. They're not, they're not going to leave the public consciousness tomorrow. And we kind of just have to deal with it and accept that that's what it is. So, for this last section, before I start taking calls, I'd like to talk to you about how I broke up with Harry Potter. Yes, I am aware that her videos are not doing very good. Her influence is getting less and less, and that's going to tie into the conversation that I want to have right before we start doing calls. So, I started reading Harry Potter in elementary school, right around, I think I was in either grade 4 or grade 5. Right around that age where I was like, wouldn't it be cool if I got a letter to Hogwarts? I had like a rough childhood for various reasons, and the idea of being whisked away to a magical school where all of these cool special things happened, it was an escapist fantasy, as I think it was for a lot of people. And I got a lot of the books. I think 1, 2, 3, and maybe 4. But definitely 1, 2, and 3 are out by the time I started reading them, I think. Because I think I got them around the same time in little sets, and then I got 4 separately. But 4 might have already been out, or it just came out. So I ate those up. I got 5, 6, and 7, like, if not the day it came out, the week it came out. I think my mom might have fought pretty hard to get me a copy of one of them. And I was the first one in my friend group to get, I think it was the 6th one. And I remember that, like a dozen people borrowed it from me after I finished. Like, my grandmother's friend wanted to, like, read it to her daughter. And there was topic of, my dad's side of the family was very Christian. There was some, like, fundamentalist bents in there. And there was, like, all this talk about whether Christians should be allowed to read Harry Potter. So it felt, like, a bit exciting and transgressive. And yeah, I was a fan. I got merch. I think I might have actually gotten into the beta of Pottermore back when it came out, and it ended up being really disappointing. I was on sites like the Leaky Cauldron and MuggleNet, and, like, it was one of my first fandoms, along with, like, an obscure, well, I wouldn't say it's an obscure video game, but it's definitely not, like, one of the big ones. But, like, those were, like, my first fandoms. There was things that I liked before, but, like, it was my first fandom culture. And I was kind of, like, moderately involved in it as a teenager, but the early internet was kind of it was different. It was the age of web rings, and that was how I first experienced fandom, was going to different websites. There was no, like, landing page social media where I could just, like, look up Harry Potter and see everything that has to do with it. I had to know where to go. It was passed by word of mouth and forums. And yeah, so I was a huge Harry Potter fan. Um, and then Rowling started being kind of weird about trans people online, and she started saying things like how people vanish the poop in their pants instead of going into the bathroom, and they're like, oh, by the way, Dumbledore was gay. We never went there, but he was. Trust me. And it was like, it was weird, and I was like, okay, whatever. And when she started being weird about trans people, I was like, okay, she's like an old British white lady. Like, you know, I kind of expect that behavior. Like, I deal with people that don't really get it all the time, and I don't come up against them. Like, at the time, like, my grandparents didn't really get it, and they were still in my life. Um, and then she just kept doubling down. And I sort of got into a brief tolerance towards the fandom. I was like, okay, I get it. Like, I grew up with it too. It was really important to me. And it just seemed like every time I was like, you know what? I get it. I get it. I'm a Harry Potter fan. I'm not going to tell anybody, but yeah, I like Harry Potter. Like, I get it. And then as she was getting worse, I watched some videos on YouTube about it. I think part of her downward spiral was her not being able to cope with not having the same level of cultural influence after the movies were done and the Fantastic Beasts ones weren't doing well. I don't really care why she did it. They were shitty things to say and shitty things to do at the end of the day. But I started watching some, like, critical videos about Harry Potter. There was the one by Sean, which was just titled Harry Potter. There was one called We Need to Talk About Dudley Dursley by a channel called Okay to Be Fat. There was Does J.K. Rowling's Transphobia Ruin Harry Potter, made by Sarah Z. And I'm not sure what video exactly it was by her, because it wasn't, I don't think it was about Harry Potter. If it was, it's no longer on her channel. But Lady Knight the Brave, I think it was her video Jojo Rabbit and the Book Thief. It could have been another video. I don't remember exactly which one, but it was definitely Lady Knight the Brave. She said that when an author does something bad, it's up to you to decide if that's crossed the line for you. You know, you nobody else can tell you how you feel about an author or an artist or a creative. You have to make the decision if it crosses the line, and it's personal. In almost all cases, it's very personal. I would say, I'm not going to be, no, that's not a nuanced take. It is personal in every single case, whether you want to make the decision to be like, can I still enjoy this book or this art or this movie knowing what I know? And for a while with Harry Potter, I said, yes, I don't have to approve of J.K. Rowling's current actions to enjoy the books. In fact, I'm going to reread them as an adult with a big boy post-secondary reading level. And so I reread the whole series, or that was my goal. I got through 1, 2, and 3, and I was like, yeah, I could see, yeah, these are kids' books, but I could see why I liked them. Sometimes events are a little bit contrived and silly, but it's a children's book. What do you expect? And then I got to the 4th book. And I think that's a turning point in the series where Harry Potter as a character is a fucking brat. He's a mean-spirited little fucker. He's not nice. He's not kind to his friends. He's not kind to a lot of the people in his life. I think that a lot of people looked at him and saw he was wearing glasses and it was a fantasy book. And he's like, he's a nerd just like me. But he's not. Like, J.K. Rowling's little self-insert is a asshole jock that just so happens to wear glasses and go to a wizard school. But he takes, he participates in bullying and alienation, and he says really nasty things, and his attention is drawn and he makes like, even if he doesn't say them out loud to the people he's thinking them out, he has like those little like, that person's fat and I could see her mustache and she has manly hands and her nail polish is chipping. It's like, okay, slow down, dude. And I think that kind of reveals the kind of judgments that J.K. Rowling makes. And I couldn't read anymore because I had fallen out of love with Harry Potter. And then I went through a very... Is the movie better than the book then? I don't care. Probably, but I don't care. I went through a very brief period where I got it in my head that I was going to fix Harry Potter. And I came up with this story outline that at the time I was calling Salazar. And this was a fan fiction that never happened. I got a few chapters in, but my heart wasn't in it anymore because I didn't like Harry Potter anymore. And I had these ideas in my head that to me were very anti J.K. Rowling. This was supposed to be set during the Founder era when like Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Helga Hufflepuff, and Rowena Ravenclaw were founding the school. That was the idea, and it was like more complicated than you would have thought. And it would focus, and the main character would be Salazar Slytherin. And I had this idea that not only were witches and wizards, it wasn't a term gendered like, oh, this is a magical woman and this is a magical man. The idea was that they were all called witches, and wizard was very specifically a job that you could have, where you were basically a good witch that was allowed to do magic for the benefit of usually like royalty, but muggles essentially. So, but you know, because of sexism in medieval times, those jobs typically went to men, and so men were typically known to be wizards and women were witches, and it just kind of like mutated from there. And I thought that's a kind of a cool idea. My other idea was that witches were a oppressed class, and we've seen in other media, and I think very specifically at the time it's Fantastic Beasts, that Muggle-borns would betray other witches and wizards to Muggles, and it would often result in their death. So I was going to be like, oh, okay, it's understandable why he might be a little bit weird about Muggle-borns, but maybe it's not so much about the birth, but how they're raised. If, for instance, maybe he thinks that Muggle-born wizards and witches should be adopted by wizarding families, for example. And I had all of these ideas, and I wanted, a big one was that the Basilisk's whole thing from Chamber of Secrets was misunderstood and twisted by wizard supremacists, because Salazar wasn't a wizard supremacist. He just had in mind, like, I will pass down the secret of this defensive mechanism, so if the Muggles ever attack the school, we have this giant snake in the basement, and because they're my descendants, I can trust them to do right by it and not abuse this power, but, you know, absolute power corrupts absolutely and all that. And, you know, I also had the idea, like, what if he was lower class, right? And it just happened to be that he got in with a group of people that made this school, and part of the reason why he wasn't taken seriously and his weird ideas were kind of ousted was because, you know, I had like all of these ideas and it just never happened, because I was like, well, what am I doing? Why am I writing this? I'm writing this because I hate J.K. Rowling and I hate Harry Potter. Why am I spending... And I spent a lot of time on this. I only write sometimes. I only write prose sometimes, but I was putting a lot of work into this prose. Like, for like a couple months, I was like writing or coming up with ideas or planning things out like a couple hours a day, 3 or 4 days a week. And I was like, I just woke up one day. I'm like, why do I care so much about this? It's not gonna do anything. It's just if by some weird stretch of the imagination it ever got to the attention of Rowling, she'd probably just see it as fan fiction, and that's the way other people would see it too. So I stopped writing it. Sometimes I think about it every now and then. And I think there are ideas in it. Like, I like the idea of witch not being a gendered term and wizard being associated with male magical people only because it's associated with a job, and how that can tie in to certain, to the way that language was formed in English, and like how class and certain structures created and shaped the language we speak now. No, but yeah, I'm never gonna write that fan fiction. It wasn't supposed to be a full rewrite. It was supposed to be like a prequel. Um, but yes. So after watching those videos, and I think it really was trying to make that fan fiction, that's was the nail in the coffin for me, where I was like, I can't do Harry Potter anymore, especially with how hateful and spiteful and cruel J.K. Rowling has gotten. And if I find out that you know what, I still have it on my shelf. It's still on my shelf right now because I bought it. Oh God, like most of them I got 2 decades ago, and they're falling apart and they don't have covers anymore, but they're still sitting on my shelf, and I'm probably not going to throw them out. I know, like, there was a event at my local Pride Parade. It's like, here's what you do with the books of shitty old transphobes that you don't like anymore. And it's like, but I already bought the books. I already supported her. Like, I was already in the fandom. I already did all those things. What is throwing my books out now or turning them into plant fertilizer? What does that actually do? It doesn't do anything. Regardless of whether they sit on my bookshelf or they go in my trash bag, I still purchase those books, and I am still intimately familiar with that series, and they still left a mark on me. And I now have to deal with the fact that a terrible person that would probably want me dead wrote a book series that I really liked. And I felt the same way about Neil Gaiman too. It took me a little bit to get back into reading, and then when I did, it was Neil Gaiman. I read Stardust, and I really loved it. And that book was really important to me in ways that I cannot describe. I was going through a really rough time at the time. And there's this message in Stardust that, like, you have to pick your own destiny. You don't have to do what you think you have to do. And I met somebody at the time who's still a really good friend, whose I met somebody at that time. I had just finished Stardust, and I had met somebody at work who was going through something very similar to me. She thought that she had to live her life a very specific way, and that her life was on a very specific path. She just lost her best friend, and Stardust, like, he died, and Stardust was his favorite book. And she told me that when she saw me reading it, and I was like, okay. And then it was a summer job, and she lived in Ontario, so when she left, I gave her that book as, like, a goodbye present. And I'm like, hey, and I wrote her a little note. It's like, hey, I know you're going through a lot right now and you have a lot of decisions to make. But I know that, like, I hope this book helps you the way it helped me. Because you can do whatever you want to do. You don't have to settle down and get this job and marry this person and yada yada. You don't have to do those things. You can do whatever you want to do. And that's amazing. And that's what that book is about. And this person is a really good friend of mine. And then those allegations came out last year, and it tainted that friendship for me. to think that a man that did such evil things had touched my, it's violating, you know? And I have Coraline. I have the hardcover, I have the audiobook, um I have the ebook, and I've read it to kids that are dealing with fear, and how to teach them what bravery is, you know? The message of that book is that bravery is about knowing how scary something is, being afraid and doing it anyway. And that was really important to me too. And I taught that lesson to a lot of kids that I worked with, because they would feel bad. I was like, I'm so scared. I'm such a coward. Well, they wouldn't put it like that. They put it the way that's like, I'm like, they beat themselves up for being afraid. And it's like, no, no, no. You're allowed to be afraid. That doesn't mean you're a scaredy cat. The fact that you're doing it anyway is what makes you brave. And I was dealing with a lot of kids that were away from home for the first time and going through a lot. So it felt like a valuable lesson to teach them. And again, that relationship, those moments are tainted by this terrible thing that Neil Gaiman did. What did Neil Gaiman do? I don't think we can get into that too much. He's a monster. uh, Sexually abused a lot of women. Let's just put it there. Put it that way. Yeah, my ex, who I'm still pretty good friends with, has all of Sandman, and he's like, this is my favorite series ever. And when he found out, he was heartbroken too. So, yeah. Yeah. I was also skeptical of the allegations because it was like a turf podcast, but I was like, let's wait and see. I'm not going to make a judgment call just yet. Let's see what happens. And yeah. I'm so sorry, Anthony. Anthony got in a bit of hot water too because he was also saying, let's wait and see. I believe he believed the victims, but he was like, I don't know about this tortoise publication. I'm just gonna, he was live tweeting about it, and then he got in hot water about over it. Yeah, given the way he wrote and the empowerment he wrote about it, it was a massive betrayal. It hurts. Yep, that one fucking hurt, dude. J.K. Rowling sucked, but again, like, her books kind of suck. They're mid. Go read another book. It's literally just read any other book. If you're somebody that really liked Harry Potter and you're looking for something to fill that Harry Potter niche, might I suggest Golden Compass, and that book series, his Dark Materials. Shoot, the other one that I was going to suggest was written by Neil Gaiman, so I can't suggest that one anymore. Yeah, go read Golden Compass, or Animorphs or something. But anyway, yeah, Paige, it hurts knowing someone who seemed so kind and thoughtful can do something so awful, but it's important to hold that discomfort. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, I forgot to silence my phone. Okay. I think that's all I have to say. So I'm gonna start taking in. I'm gonna start taking in guest calls. So this is going to work a bit differently than how it used to. I'm a bigger channel. That's just kind of how the way the things are now. I have to be more aware. I've gotten some messages. Okay, we're good. So how this is going to work is, if you're in my server, I'm going to start a stage. How is he in? Oh, yeah. I'm going to start a stage. If you would like to talk, you are going to join that stage. And you are going to put in a message in the room, in the stage that I just started. You should be able to find it. It's called Waiting Room. And you will say, "Hi, I want to talk about this." Don't put your hand up. That's not how this works this time. Just say the topic that you want to talk about in a message, and that will be the list. If you have never called in before, you're going to be yoinked by my mods into stream guest screening. So you're just going to make sure that you're not a crazy person. They're just going to make sure that you fit the criteria, that your mic isn't like terrible, etc., etc. So I'll go over the criteria again. Actually, I sent it over here. So you have to have a decent microphone. You've got to be 18 years of age or older. I can't check that, so we're doing good faith for now. Please don't abuse it, or I'll start restricting who I take onto the Inferno call-in shows. You gotta have a stable connection. So if you're dropping every few seconds, I can't really make a good stream out of that. You gotta be comfortable speaking in front of an audience. I'm not gonna harangue people if they have like an accent or like a speech impediment, but just make sure you're comfortable and you are able to get your words out. And make sure you actually have a topic. And if you're just here, it's because you want to get on stream. Maybe save it for a different day. And we're not retreading the same topic over and over and over again. No bitch eating crackers, you guys. We have our little private VCs where we complain about stupid stuff, but like this is supposed to be a constructive conversation. Let's try to keep it that way. If you would like to jump on stream and you're just joining us and you missed the link, it is in the description down below. It has 25 uses. Unfortunately, after that, no more invites. Yeah. But yes, the Discord link is in the description. All right. So I'm not actually going to be in the stage very much. It's just sort of a waiting room. I'm going to be in my own little voice chat, which I will invite you to. That was just me joining the voice chat, which I will invite you to if you meet my criteria. Okay. So we're going to bring in our first guest. Hello, hello. Oh. Huh? What? He just left. Anthony. Oh my god. I'm trying to invite him. He keeps disconnecting. Let's try that again. Hello. Oh, hold on.
Okay, am I in?
Hello. Oh, I'm muted.
Does it work now?
There we go. Sorry, I was muted.
Excellent. Cool.
Yeah, you kept on leaving the voice chat and going back to the other one. Like, what are you doing?
Well, keep saying joins. Oh, that's why. I'm just an idiot. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
you didn't. You don't listen to instructions very well, do you?
I'm very bad at that. I never had a talent at this.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
So can you introduce yourself to those of you that by some weird coincidence or some weird happenstance they don't know you, and then tell me what you want to talk about?
Yes, hello. My name is Anthony Gramuglia. I have a YouTube channel. I sometimes talk about things. You might know me from wandering the halls of Anime New York City, buying too many buttons at the the various artist alley booths
Oh,
this weekend. They
nice.
had Carlac buttons.
Nice.
Carlac buttons.
I hope you had a good time.
I did. I had a great time actually. But what I want to talk today is about am I echoing, by the way? You hear an echo there? I'm not sure if it's my end or yours.
I don't hear it. I'm not sure why you
Okay.
would hear it. Or do you hear it?
I do. Oh yeah, you
Hmm.
have an echo on your end.
I do. How?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just you start talking. I'm just gonna mute on Discord so that you can't hear the echo.
Oh, that's odd, but okay, that works. Oh yeah, now I can hear you. Perfect. Okay, so I want to talk about Nobuhiro Watsuki, the creator of Rurouni Kenshin, which I think is the most of all the various authors who's did awful things. I think this is the most complicated for me because what Watsuki did is undeniably one of the most terrible things a human being can do. But as someone who makes videos and video essays a lot, I always find myself brushing up against his work whenever discussing certain tropes and ideas because Rurouni Kenshin is such a profoundly great work, yet it's made by someone who's completely reprehensible,
Yeah.
like thoroughly reprehensible. There is nothing about this man that deserves any form of reconciliation. Yet Shonen Jump and Shueisha often do basically apologize for his awful work. And the creators of Shonen Jump don't seem to have a problem working alongside Watsuki in various capacities, especially
Mm-hmm.
Oda, who made One Piece. Yet his crimes are really terrible. For those who don't know, Watsuki was very well known for making Kenshin, and he used the money that he got from Kenshin to purchase CSAM. Not just a small amount of it either, but a substantial amount of it. And in Japan, the consequences of her possession of CSAM is not nearly as much as you would think. He
And
kind of he
just
got
for
barely a slap in the wrist. Sorry.
just for the audience, in this child sexual exploitation material, just so that we're clear.
Yeah, it was absolutely heinous. But he got like a light sentence. I think it was like a fine, not even like a sentence.
Yeah.
And he's
I think
back
he
to
got
working
two
with Shueisha.
years. I think he
Oh,
got
2
two
years?
years. Yeah.
In prison or probation? I'm not sure
Oof, I'm not
which.
sure. I think he got a little bit more than a fine though. He definitely got a slap on the wrist for that one, but it wasn't very
Yeah,
much.
like relatively speaking, for it did not match the levels of the crime committed. Yeah, and he's back working at Shueisha. He has publications coming out. New at sorry, let me get that adjusted. New adaptations of his work are coming out. He's doing just fine after all of that. And I think a lot of fans were left with this bitter aftertaste like, wow, this is heinous. And people are just trying to go on like nothing happened after a certain point in time. Like he's totally just the same guy who made the original work and almost this like sagely elder statesman of Shueisha when he committed a horrible crime. Now, there's no evidence that I think that he did anything directly to young people, but at a certain point, does it matter? Like he still had like massive amounts of this content, and it kind of just makes you kind of repulsed by the work that he produced.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Kenshin, I think, is artistically significant, there's a lot to the work that is so profound. But he committed an unforgivable act.
Yeah.
So how do you kind of square that away? How do you analyze the works of someone like that? I think a lot of ways. I think of Watsky like I think of Polanski, an incredibly talented artist who made some great work, but the person themselves, they did something truly beyond the limits of morality, like
Yeah.
something beyond forgiveness, something beyond reconciliation. You can never get over that, the hurt they caused,
Yeah.
or contributed to.
And like, I think again, I will say that I think the line, who I think, I know that he's kind of like not very popular right now, but Innuendo
Hmm.
Studios made a video.
Mm,
I think it was called Rubicon Valley. Was it called?
hmm.
I think that's what it was called.
I think so.
Um,
Yeah.
and it was about how like you have to decide what's too much, and then if something crosses that line, do something about it. And he was talking more politically in the sense of American politics. But Lady Knight the Brave, I would mention earlier in stream, had like a similar.
Mm,
I wish I remembered what the video was. I'm pretty sure it was the Jojo Rabbit one where she talked about like how you have to like that line where you decide to draw that line. It's so personal. And nobody can decide where that
exactly.
is for you. And maybe it is like if you exploit children, that's it. Um, or maybe it's like if you say the N word, that's it. Um,
Yeah. 100%. Like there's certain lines in the sand that you just can't cross, and I'm typically like I believe very firmly in second chances. I believe in
Me
that
too.
people can become better, can do better. Sometimes people take advantage of that,
Yep,
of
absolutely.
my empathy, which is one thing. But in general, I do believe in giving second, third, even fourth chances. I think people can always become better, except when it comes to hurting children.
Yeah,
That's the big line. That's the
yeah,
big line from which there is no. It's the event horizon. You can't come back from that. Like if you hurt a child in any capacity or contribute to a system that involves hurting a child, and someone in comments mentioned this too, that the amount of CSAM that Watsky had in his hard drive was so massive that they thought he was a distributor of CSAM, not just a consumer of it. That's
yeah,
how big the collection
yeah.
was. Like
Ugh.
massive.
I do want to address a couple comments. Yes, the video is crossing the Rubicon. Yeah. And what did Innuendo Studios do? He didn't really do anything. He's just a little bit. He's one of those YouTubers, I think, that he got into it when he was younger, and that's kind of always been his main job. And I think a lot of that group of people, like the early YouTubers that got into it when they were young, they can be a little tone deaf when it comes to talking to working class people. And that's basically what it came down to. It's like, here's my really hard day as a full-time content creator. I wake up, I eat my breakfast, I like write content, I eat my lunch, I go out for drinks, I game for 10 hours, and then I go to bed. My life is so hard. Like, it was very not that bad, but it was very much that. And I still think that he has a lot of valuable things to say, but like a lot of people in that category and in that group of people, he can be a little tone deaf sometimes, but I don't think that's any reason to rake him across the coals. Like Hassan. Yeah, Hassan could probably fit in there too. Um,
Yeah, I think a lot of content creators who haven't worked like, and some have worked a job and some work active jobs alongside content
mhm,
creation, like myself. I know other people do a lot of have their hands in a lot of different projects that they work on.
mhm,
Um, and I think in those studios, I admit I don't know enough about his personal life or I know the controversy recently about crowdfunding and finance, but I just don't know enough to speak with any authority on it. But yeah, public perception is massive on YouTube.
yeah,
If someone perceives you as tone deaf, that's a huge problem.
yeah. It
I don't know
pisses
the
people.
specifics of his life, but that's how it
It,
comes across, and that's important.
it pisses people off.
Mm.
If you're, yeah, and unfortunately, the smaller of a space that you're in, like we can overlook like like big celebrities being assholes. We do it all the time. I've met um I've actually met a couple people specifically connected to RuPaul's Drag Race. Fucking terrible people. Awful people.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100 agree with that.
And but people still, I still watch them. I'm not gonna name any names because I think it's kind of rude. But like I used to I did a lot of public speaking for a while when I was before COVID, and I don't want to. I don't want to out myself too much. I don't think my name's attached to anything. I was just a MC for like some fundraisers and stuff. But like I met some people that were like on RuPaul's Drag Race when it was in the peak, and got to have private conversations with them. And some of them are really cool, and some of them are really shitty. And I still watch the ones that were shitty. But it seems like we're less tolerant of it when it's like a micro celebrity.
100%. Well, there's also less, less clout, less backing. Like I know I've talked, when you start getting on YouTube enough, sometimes you talk to people and they'll tell you stories about certain YouTubers you don't want to associate with too much, and others that you do. And I won't say name any names because that's not what I'm here. And that's not what I'm here for. But there's certain YouTubers who I've heard through the grapevine aren't really great people. I've still watched. I won't say names though.
Was one of them CrimsonEnder? It's okay.
Oh, this CrimsonEnder guy's an asshole. He just bites people's ankles. It's terrible. It's horrendous. No. This Crim guy, you gotta watch out for him. I hear he has a collection of human hands.
Yeah.
He just collects, for a spot of fun.
And then there's like sometimes when you have your differences with someone and you're like, I don't want to deal with, I'm done, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean that you have like this big critical analysis. Like I'm not gonna, like, if you and I stopped being friends, I wouldn't like, here's my 13 reasons why on Anthony Gramuglia or something. Like that's not gonna happen. But no. But I think you definitely do. I think it's because public attention can do so much more when it comes to like micro e-celebs and people with small audiences. If 1,000 people decide that CrimsonEnder is untouchable, there goes more than half my audience, honestly, in terms of active subscribers and watchers. Like if somebody really went out of their way to cancel me, I'd be toast.
Oh yeah.
So it feels 100%. Like you can do a bit more impact, I think, which is why I think people are more active in talking about smaller people.
Well, look at what happened with pirate software,
I was just watching one of those videos today. Yeah.
Oh, there's so much. And granted, pirate software, it's a collection of profound screw ups. It's not just one thing.
Yeah.
But like there are so many things about that. And there's some people I know who've had like controversies that still sticks around with them ages later. I was I don't want to drag anyone specifically who I know into this, but there's people who I'm friendly with or friends with online who like have had controversies in the past, and it's come back time and time again. There's people who I'm not friends with who have had controversies, and it comes back time and time again. There's people who I don't know who have had controversies in the past, who have, it's like the whole metric of people, especially YouTube, which is so drama centered. And I won't get into anyone, I have a bias towards or against, but except for pirate software, because fuck that guy. But like, there's a certain individual, we'll say, who he's made a name for himself, inserting himself into drama and somehow coming back every time that people just kind of forgive him for his various transgressions. Not to name names, because I know he name searches himself.
Ooh. Thank you for the super chats, Super Easy Walker. What about Channel Awesome and Doug Walker? I mean, I think we're also getting a little bit into the weeds, because I think it's not just about... May I be frank with everybody right now and talk about what inspired this stream? Because it is, honestly... Let's be real. It's the conversations around Lily Orchard and her body of works. I'm going to be honest with you, because there's like a group of people that say we shouldn't be criticizing her works because it's giving her negative attention and she thrives on negative attention. And it's like, I don't make these videos for her. Like, no video that I've made that has featured that woman was for her. I don't care if she gets a little rush from seeing her name or face pop up on screen. It doesn't matter to me. I think she did awful things, and I'm sorry to the people that she hurt. But I'm trying to like hold like a conversation that's bigger than that. You know?
Agreed. And I've gotten a lot of pushback from my videos too, from people who are like, well, and people who I respect too. It's not just like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, it's like anyone else. It's like people who have a fair point. Like, shouldn't that be the first point of discussion, the assault allegations? And yeah, those are a big point of discussion and worth discussing. But I think it's also equally as important to say, beyond just she's a terrible person, she also kind of sucks at what she does. Like
Yeah,
her material also sucks. Like you can say
she's
both. There's a room for both.
yeah, and I think that like yes, there are cases where a bad person makes good art, and I brought up Neil Gaiman and J.D.
Hmm.
Salinger for that. Even somebody like Woody Allen, they're awful people, made pretty good art. You have people that are arguably good people that make shitty art, and I brought up Matt Pat for that. I'm sorry for people who like Matt Pat. I just think his videos suck. Good.
I
He seems
know
like a good guy. He seems like a
in
good
my
guy, but I don't like his
in my
videos.
time on YouTube, I know people who have worked with Matt Pat and
Yeah,
have told me that the
he's
person he is on screen is the person he is off screen. He really
yeah.
is. Every story I hear about Matt Pat makes me like the guy more, like as a
Hmm.
person.
Yeah,
His content's a different discussion. That's
yeah.
subjective, but
And
I
it's
and
easy
I
to talk about Matt Pat because he doesn't suck as a person.
he seems like again, from everything I've never met the guy personally, but everything I've heard about him makes me like the guy. He seems genuinely, and he passes the test that I think a lot of content creators, for me, I always have arbitrarily. Do they pay their staff who work with
Abs-
them
yeah,
regularly? Do they
yeah,
make sure the people who work for them are well taken care of? And he does, and that's like the big test for me,
yeah,
for any content creator online.
yeah.
Even Pirate Software took care of his staff. I will give him that forever.
Hmm. But
So that's the big litmus test for me.
on the other hand, when you have bad people that make bad art, I think that brings up an interesting discussion. You know, what does this say about this person, and like the kind and misinformation, and there's a lot more to talk about. It's harder to talk about, I think, but that's why I think it's worth talking about. You know,
Agreed. And
how
with
is
like
this
sorry.
how is this person sneaking in their shitty worldviews into their works? I think Rowling and Orchard have that in common,
Hmm.
because they both do it.
Whereas someone with, again with Neil Gaiman or with Watsky, their works do not reflect their IRL sins. Like,
Hmm.
I mean, they are. You can make the argument that certain tropes and ideas reflect that, but you can't really read their works and figure out what they would be guilty for based on it. It comes as a
Hmm.
shock because the works come from such a place of empathy, and the works are of high quality. Like with Rowling, it's complicated because on one hand, a lot of it was not apparent when we first read the works, but then you go back to it and like, oh, these were always apparent in the works. They were always here. We just didn't have the media literacy, or we were blinded by hype to notice
Yeah.
these glaring issues that other people pointed out, but we just didn't at the time for this, that, and the third reason. Going back to any of those, but going back to Gaiman's work, going back to Watsky's work, going back even to Polanski's work, you really can't see
Yep.
the shades of the crimes they committed. Woody Allen, you can, because he made like every movie he made's about dating an underage girl, but like, the others not so much. It's not as apparent. And so it's more shocking and jarring.
Uh,
And then the question
my
becomes, oh yeah,
God.
well, I mean, to an extent, I think to varying extents. I think anyone can point out like a specific example, but unless you're like super well versed in that person's body of work, you may not pick up on it.
Well,
is what I'm getting at.
one
Sorry.
thing that bothers me is that people are like, oh well, Neil Gaiman had like a relationship with his fans. He was on Tumblr and talking to them every day. But you know who else was? Gail Simone, Diana Duane. You have people like oh god, who's the guy who voiced Zuko?
Oh, Zuko. Oh, that's
Dante Basco.
Dante Brasco. Dante Brasco, yeah.
Even like Mike Flanagan was on Tumblr talking to their fans. Right there with Neil Gaiman. That's not necessarily like just because somebody likes interacting with their fans doesn't mean they're a bad person. Lots of authors do that.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of bothers me when people are like grabbing very innocuous things that don't mean anything and then like making it like, hey, we should have known. When it's like the thing is the reason that people get away with these crimes so often,
Yeah.
it is because you can't tell who's talking.
Hmm.
I recognize the voice, but I don't. It's Anthony Gramuglia. He's a YouTuber and my friend.
I have him. I have made a few videos once or twice, and Krim was like, "Anthony, get over here, or else I'm gonna bomb your house with eggs."
Yes, if you didn't eagerly volunteer for it.
Across Canada,
Yeah.
you are gonna send Canadian geese to drop eggs on my rooftop, which, by the way, would count
No.
as the first invasion
Hey,
from
no.
Canada to America.
No, it would be the second one.
The
But
second one, oh, the most effective one.
I don't know. The first one was pretty effective at getting Americans to back off. But anyway,
This is true.
no,
This is true.
you see. What this is something that I only found out recently. I knew that this was a thing. That it's because of how Canadians behaved in World War I is why we have the Geneva Convention, and I learned about the details of that. I think yesterday I was watching a video.
God.
Dude, Canadians were throwing cans of food to Germans, and like they would cower at them first because like this metal thing's hurling towards the trenches, and then, oh no, and then they started, oh, it's food, it's rations, and it's, oh, they're being kind to us, Canadians are so nice. And then once they'd let their guard down and stood there waiting for Canadians to throw them cans of food, they started throwing grenades, and now it's considered a war crime to do shit like that. So
For those Canadians,
yeah,
kill you.
We'll kill you with kindness for sure.
I have like hundreds of Canadian relatives, so I can't even be like, like I can't say I'm detachment purely, but still,
it is the most Canadian war crime I've ever heard of, though.
It is. It is on brand for y'all.
Anyway,
but
yes.
Yeah. So the thing is, like the works themselves, can you not write a literary analysis of Kenshin or The Sandman or Rosemary's Baby? You know, I think you still can, because there is still artistic merit to the work. The problem is you still have to, you know, and again, it's the same thing with Lily Orchard. If you want to analyze, I can't believe I'm making a connection between Lily Orchard and frickin' Rosemary's Baby, but you know, that's the world we live in, I guess. Everyone kind of expects you to compartmentalize it within the confines of, yeah, this work was done by someone who's terrible, but the work is worth discussing, you know, whatever that work may be. Though I think with J.K. Rowling, because she is actively involved with politics, it gets a little different, you know? Because she's so involved with politics in the active sense currently, it's tough. It's not like, say, the Love Hina guy, the Love Hina creator who became an elected official, who's basically just like yes mans all the various topics that the right-wing government in Japan wants. You know, he's just another person he's just another cog in that machine. Whereas J.K. Rowling is using her wealth actively to push policies into creation.
Yeah.
Whereas like the guy who made Love Hina, he's just kind of like pushing for shitty politics, but like that's bad. I don't want to support it, but it's also, he doesn't have nearly a fraction of the capital that J.K. Rowling does to push things through.
Yeah.
And that's a big factor. It's one thing for, and I know someone's probably gonna mention Orson Scott Card later. I don't want to steal anyone's thunder, but like even an Orson Scott Card, even though you know you're putting your money through Card into politics, Orson Scott Card does not have the capital J.K. Rowling does. Like he just doesn't. Like Rowling has vastly more influence, vastly more pull, and a lot more impact on everything. They're incomparable in terms of the impact they can have.
And again, this is only half of the conversation. This is like, should you watch it? When it's more, when like, like that's only half of the conversation. Like the thing that I really want to get to the heart of is like, okay, we know these things about this person. What if I went back and I did, and I'm not going to because it would be a fucking nightmare, and I already wanted to like swallow a bullet going back and rereading it last time I tried. If I
Mm-hmm.
went back and I reread Harry Potter and I made a critical analysis series about it, talking about all of the shitty things in the books and how it proves that J.K. Rowling is a shitty person and a shitty writer and she can't world build worth a shit, would that be something worth doing? Or would that in and of itself be platforming her? And we know that when J.K. Rowling sees something, she's like, you support me. And like, how much is that little sense of satisfaction that J.K. Rowling gets seeing like fan art and fan fiction and even something critical of her online? Is that sense of self satisfaction, does that mean anything? I think like okay, but can we watch Harry Potter? Can we read Harry Potter? That's only like part of the conversation, and I think it kind of leaves out the critical analysis of it, especially like in the way that YouTubers and like professional critics do it, if that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. And I think to another extent, you take the flip side of that. You look at say Kenshin and Harry Potter; they're both getting modern reimaginings now, currently.
Yeah.
Maybe not like this second, but in the last few years, is everyone who takes part in this production, are they co-signing the awfulness of the creators?
Yep.
I think some are. I think some want to pretend they're not, but many are. You look at Nick Frost, whose work I generally do like quite a lot, who's
Yeah.
now cast as Hagrid.
Mm-hmm.
I do generally. I think Nick Frost believes that he is not supporting J.K. Rowling's politics. I think he believes that. But he also is supporting her politics. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think
Yeah.
he believe. I don't think he. I think he thinks there's enough of a division between. I think to him, he thinks it's just a job for a popular franchise, and that while he rejects the politics, I think he underestimates how much he's actually distancing himself from those politics.
I believe isn't Hugh Laurie is also playing Dumbledore, I think.
Hugh Laurie is in an audiobook production for
Mm-hmm.
Harry Potter now.
Yeah. My bad.
John Lithgow is cast as Dumbledore in the
Yeah.
show. And John Lithgow, it's ironic because John Lithgow has also done a lot of progressive stuff in his career.
Mm-hmm.
But his seeming refusal to understand the complexities of the situation plays into him pushing for these same agendas. Now, do I think personally that John Lithgow and Nick Frost are as venomous as J.K. Rowling? No. But I do think that they're co-signing it. I think they're
Mm-hmm.
legitimizing this her policies, which are having a tangible effect on world policy, world belief. It's not just
Yep.
a simple, oh, it's like some
It's not your racist
nutty
aunt
person.
that
No,
says shitty things at the Thanksgiving dinner. It's somebody that's actually contributing to political lobbying.
exactly. It has a lot heavy impact on society. So you need to kind of deconstruct that. I know a lot of video essayists have made topics about J.K. Rowling, about Harry Potter in the modern era, about the new Harry Potter TV show, and discussing that, analyzing that. And well, do they promote the work
Mm-hmm.
inadvertently by discussing it?
Yep.
Do they make it a bigger deal? You look at the Hogwarts Legacy game that came out, and I think the game itself is pretty soulless. I don't think it's a particularly good game. I think suffice to say, I think it's a bland, dull world that feels blander and duller the more it sits on your palate.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people were attacking streamers for playing the game. So the question becomes, what qualifies as an attack? What qualifies as criticism? Do they take
Yep.
criticism and think it's an attack on them? And how do they register that?
Yep.
A lot of people just dismissed the criticism of other people. People criticizing streamers and treated it like it was an assault on their senses. And
Mm-hmm.
some people took measures that may seem innocuous to some and treat it like extremist behavior.
Yep.
It's hard to really draw that line, and it's hard to really gauge public perception and public reaction to see where
Yep.
it's fair. 'Cause it's complicated, but it
And,
sucks. And also, I
and
don't blame someone for being upset, because
and what
it's
do
a
you
shitty
do?
situation.
What do you do?
What?
It's like, okay, my favorite YouTuber, Anthony Gramiglia, just made a video about Harry Potter. Well, now what?
Yeah,
I don't like it. How do I interact? How do I react to that as a friend? And that's going to be different to how I would react to that as a fan versus to somebody that I just casually see online sometimes, to somebody I might, well, like, if you don't know, I work for Ant sometimes, just like a little thumbnail once a week. I'm going to be honest with you. If you asked me to make a Harry Potter thumbnail, I would tell you no.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's very likely. So
yeah, especially if it was something like that was speaking about it positively. If you're like making like, this is why J.K. Rowling sucks, I might be like, okay, let's talk about this here. I might want to know what's in the context of the video, and it's like it's nuanced. Like it's not a black and white issue, and despite what J.K. Rowling has done, and the far-reaching impact of her bullshit, she hasn't sexually abused a child. Bars underground.
Yeah.
So, but she has impacted the lives of a lot of people that are innocent,
Yeah. On that note, I do want to show you something.
Oh boy.
So I want to show you something real quick. I'm posting it in your messages failed to load. That's strange. Okay, so it looks
send
like
it to me privately because this is a private VC.
Yeah,
so
I hear you. I'm gonna send you I'm gonna give you some context what I'm sending you right now. So recently in Shueisha, they were doing and this is going back to the Rurouni Kenshin thing specifically. First, I'm gonna send you. Okay, here's what I'm gonna send you first. I'm gonna send you. So recently in Shueisha, there was a 20th anniversary, 25th anniversary celebration of Rurouni Kenshin. And all the major Shueisha artists were assigned by Shueisha staff to draw image tributes to Watsuki and Kenshin. And everyone, with one exception, I'll just send you a picture right now. These are some of the examples of the tributes made. And every major, and you put them on screen if you want, every major artist working for Shonen Jump did something of varying degrees of quality. I'm now going to send you the image that Hirohiko Araki, the creator of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, did for the manga. And I just want you to just look at these tributes, maybe put them on screen, show your audience.
They're up there.
Cool,
they're up there.
Because the contrast is very important. There's a bit of a difference between the level of effort put in. This is like what he put in. He's like, no, publish this. I want you to publish this artwork in your tribute. I put it together.
Yeah, for people that don't know, for some reason.
I think Fujimoto refused. Okay, Fujimoto refused. Okay, but aside from that, everyone else put something in.
Oh, yeah. So this is like his typical work.
Yeah, no, it's important to draw a comparison. You need to see the
like this is from the manga. Fujimoto refusing doesn't surprise me. That man's been through some things and he has some hard opinions.
Yeah, no, he doesn't screw around. Yeah, you gotta get the manga specifically to get the full scope of just how extreme this is. Taikubo also refused? Okay, that makes sense too.
Goated. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, freaking love Taikubo. Yeah, Taikubo rocks.
he does like his big titty ladies, but he's got he's got a soul. Olympics art.
He's the art.
Araki Olympics art.
Yeah. Araki's great. So is that a case of subtle, rejection of
I think quo? I absolutely think so. And I kind of see like it's a quiet criticism, I think, and I'm kind of here for it. And does that
Yeah.
mean, and I think that Fujimoto and Taikubo and Araki all kind of were criticizing him in their own way, and for Taikubo and Fujimoto, it was, I'm not going to draw this monster fan art. Absolutely not. And that's their choice to make. But Araki is like, yeah, I'm going to like make this shitty pen drawing and then color it in with like dry ass Crayola markers. Fuck you, dude. And like that's his way of pushing back, and I think they're both valid ways of pushing back. And I think people that want to completely remove themselves from the works of J.K. Rowling, that want to like distance themselves from online creators like Lily Orchard, people that will never pick up a copy of Catcher in the Rye, I respect that, but I also respect people that want to talk about those works.
To a lesser extent, though, it isn't. I don't think, to a lesser extent, and I don't think this is the same thing as like a person doing any moral failing, but the Golden Compass to Narnia, like
Yeah.
that work exists as a creative body of creative response to a work that was rejected. It's that kind of conversation of the media, of work, of themes, of ideas. And even with this, and there is also discussion about the Roman Polanski petition, which there is more nuance to that petition the deeper you dig into why certain people signed it. A lot of people who signed it regretted it the moment they did so, after some clarity of thought. Like, they basically were like, oh, hey, sign this thing. And like, oh, okay, I guess it's for protecting artists' rights and protecting integrity of art. And they stopped and thought, wait a second, Polanski, didn't he like molest someone? A good example of that was David Lynch. David Lynch, his daughter posted this recently, where his daughter had like a visceral reaction to realizing her father signed the Polanski document. And he didn't seem to get why anyone would have a problem with it at first. He's like, oh, it's just like artistic freedom and stuff like that. And then his daughter like explained it to him. And after him getting it, because he had to be told a certain way why people would find that repulsive. And he's like, that goes, and like once he got it, he deeply regretted doing it. But like, that doesn't change the fact his name's in the document. That's what comes down to. Like, the name's on the document. Every name on that document is preserved for history. But the clarity they might have felt after signing it, after realizing the full implications of what they just did, that is forgotten very quickly, if not never known at all. So the problem there becomes, what do we do? Do we criticize them for their actions, or do we criticize them for their actions with the knowledge of their feelings on the matter as time passed? And does that make a difference?
Remorse is another big part of it, I think.
Yeah. It's not an easy answer because, on one hand, you can go back and forth for hours saying, oh, whether a person who signed the document is or is not a good person based on signing it, by virtue of signing it. But you just don't know. And a lot of people who have signed it have brought up signing it unnecessarily to express their regret signing it. That's, I think, a factor in two, but like that doesn't change the fact they signed it in the first place.
But I think
post and clarity, exactly.
I think if we don't have those conversations of like, if we don't criticize these things, if we forget history, then it's going to repeat itself.
Exactly.
So that's like another reason why, like, okay, this person did something that sucks. I think we should talk about it and why it sucked. And then maybe next time something like that happens, somebody'd be like, what are the implications of me doing it? But if nobody's ever brought it up to them before, if that idea never comes to light, because it's like, oh, I can't talk about David Lynch because he signed the document, then we don't learn from that mistake, right? If we don't talk about, again, I'm sorry to keep on going back to her, but she is in the thumbnail. If we don't talk about people like Lily Orchard, then like, you're just going to fall for the next Lily Orchard. Because here's the thing, a sex scandal on YouTube happens like every time you turn around. And then it's like, oh god. Yeah, exactly.
And I guarantee Destiny's fans will forget about it in about a week.
But
Enough of them will, I should say.
like maybe we can make a bigger impact by breaking down those behaviors, those actions, how these terrible people are able to get fans, so that you're not putting like all of your eggs and all of your identity into one person. Like, as much as I am heartbroken about Neil Gaiman, and his actions tainted some very special moments I had with very close friends and like big parts of my life, it took me months to completely get over that. I'm like, like but I don't go back and mourn Coraline or Stardust. Like, it's over. I haven't returned to those books. On the other hand, for J.K. Rowling, it took me years. Now, these are different crimes. Granted, like, again, J.K. Rowling's is a bit more existential, whereas it's like political, whereas Neil Gaiman's, it was personal and directly harmful to specific individuals. But it was so much easier for me to like distance myself from Neil Gaiman because I had already had that conversation with myself about J.K. Rowling,
Yeah, exactly. And it's awful. And
I don't worship celebrities.
yeah, that's the best thing. They're people, and people are terrible by the nature of being people, like across the board. Also, I saw a comment saying about some people make memes about YouTube becoming child predators when they hit 100,000 subs. Don't look at my sub count. That's terrible. But like, and again, people also want to make people they don't like out to be monsters by virtue of them not being liked, say, like, what was the one with and I'm not saying this guy's a saint, but with Guy Fieri, for example, when he was and again, he might have done some things I don't know about that are terrible, and he probably has, because all people have. But the way when he first became popular, people were looking for reasons to hate the guy.
That's different, I think.
Yeah, it's different, but like, I think that is also part of that discussion too, where we have to kind of avoid both celebrity worship and celebrity demonization. You're seeing with Pedro Pascal now too, where people are like looking for reasons to hate Pedro Pascal. And I think we conflate that pursuit with the very legitimate crimes that certain celebrities and micro celebrities commit on a regular basis with their little bit of power. And that's, I think, an important element there. I think, anyway. I don't know. I mean, Guy Fieri, I know, has like helped people get gay married, so that's cool.
Here we have somebody. Okay, it's similar to people who used supports Lily and regretted later, but Courtney often berates them for that. It's similar to people hating Ant for the $2 super chat. Again, so you know how much somebody in Canada gets from an American super chat from anything from YouTube. So if you send me $1, YouTube takes a chunk of that, and then the American government takes a third of that if you're Canadian. So the amount of money that Lily got from that $2 super chat was less than $1. Like, she wouldn't even be able to go and buy a Tim's.
You got maybe 70 cents at most.
Yeah, at most, because like YouTube takes like half, and then the American government takes a third. So yeah. Just so you know, support your favorite YouTubers on Patreon. They get more. But I also know that there's a participation aspect in super chats, and that was kind of the point. The point was to rattle Lily's cage and stand up against somebody that is actively like inciting violence and also abusing the copyright system, and to show to everybody that was watching that Lily isn't going to debate Anthony. She's too much of a coward. That was the point of that. It doesn't matter if Lily got 70 cents out of that exchange. Honestly, it wouldn't really matter if Lily got $100 out of that. Who fucking cares? It's just money. I'm sorry that hurt Courtney's feelings. I really am. I think what happened to her was terrible. I'm kind of over her behavior. in a lot of ways beyond that, but I don't think what happened to her should have happened. I don't think she deserved it. And I think the way that she behaves is understandable considering what she went through, even though I don't think she should be using it as an excuse. But what she went through is it's understandable why she acts the way she acts. But she
Yeah.
doesn't get to tell everybody else how we engage with her sister, who is, at the end of the day, a public figure. You know?
Well, the problem also with Courtney's approach to all of this is that she just started being extremely like hostile to every single person around her. Like it wasn't even like she spent so long harping and even capitalizing to a lesser extent on me sending playing, like you said, it was an example. It was to show, it was a kind of to put Lily in her place, so to speak, to show her that she would never debate me fairly. And she was
I
talking
don't even.
shit, threatening, you
Was
know,
it for Lily or was it for the people watching, though? Because, like,
just for the people watching. Yeah,
Lily
just for
knows
the,
that she's never going to debate you. She knew that.
well, the whole point was to illustrate to her audience just how cowardly Lily was. Because the
Yep.
moment I sent that super chat, she shut up about me immediately, and she never brought me up again that whole stream. And to her audience, it was meant to show, hey, this person talking shit, she folds under the slightest bit of pressure. And I successfully did that. Whether or not I could prove, with numbers that, it chiseled away this many people from her audience, who's to say? But I know for a
Mm-hmm.
fact that her audience is far diminished from what it was before we started criticizing her
I
and her
think
works.
I think June was a big part of it, but I think
Massive
people
part.
like me and you and Sai, and especially like hiding in private,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people contributed, because here's the thing: if somebody really likes somebody, if you and I've experienced this myself with another YouTuber who has a rabid fan base, and no matter what you say about this person, they will still defend they will still defend her and come to her defense and keep watching her and keep listening to her music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
though
It's
she
heinous.
is not only has done terrible things, unforgivable things, but says so proudly, like, for all to see over and over
Mm-hmm.
again. And at some point, you're never going to be like, hey, she's a bad person. Sometimes you have to be like, hey, this person's music fucking sucks. This is about Patricia Taxon. BT dubs, I haven't
I
watched
couldn't
it
tell.
yet. I haven't watched it yet, but goddamn it, Malcolm the other day did a live stream covering her music, and I am going to watch it at some point because Malcolm is electronic music fan, and her music isn't that great. It's go listen to a different musician. There's tons of electric artists, even transgender, like furry electric dance music artists that that's like a huge category. You can find that but better.
Mm-hmm.
So don't limit yourself to this person. And just like me rereading Harry Potter is what really, and like engaging with a fanfic I was writing about it, is what broke that spell. You never know what's going to be the thing that breaks somebody's hold, or
Yeah.
breaks something's hold on somebody.
I also want to bring up something else too that's coming up in the comments. It's connected to Courtney and connected to all this. Saberspark.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously,
Yes.
Courtney and I Love Compossible a lot put a lot of effort into demolishing Saberspark's public persona.
Yeah.
That whole discussion is a matter of complexity, but the general consensus now is that Saberspark most likely did not do anything wrong in the situation. That's based on it's based just on the perception of the evidence and information. Most parties that were discussing and analyzing this story conclude Saberspark is probably innocent of assault. Whether or not he was a good lover is a different story altogether, but that's beside the point.
Yeah,
Um,
that's not like a crime.
yeah. However, at the same time, there's a video that came out by, not at the same time, but just recently, it's a movie by Movies with Mark, who's it's a smaller channel who I think does a lot of really good work,
Mm-hmm.
especially deconstructing like grifters and their perspectives. He did a video recently on how cartoon critics respond to the works of Ralph Bashki,
Mm-hmm.
Bashki, Bashki, whose
Bakshi.
works Bakshi, yeah, and especially his earlier work that was way more focused on
Yeah,
societal satire.
I had a Ralph Bakshi phase just as somebody that was in the animation industry. I did study him a lot, and his work is very interesting.
Mm. But
Odd
the idea
man.
was, oh, sorry. Yeah,
Odd,
exactly.
strange man. Very troubled guy, I think so.
Deeply troubled.
But
Yeah. But the argument that Movies with Mark made was that a lot of cartoon critics on YouTube, when analyzing his earlier work, they kind of refuse to engage too much with the meat of what he's saying and focus on like, oh, it's so weird, it's so strange, because to dive into the deeper messages of it is way more. It can be
mm-hmm.
unpleasant, and I think Movies with Mark's video is way more damning of Saber Spark than anything that I Love Kim Possible Lot made,
Well,
because it's based on reality, it's
yeah.
based on things that you can tangibly look at, and it's purely looking at Saber Spark's media criticism. It's not based on, and again, the accusations against Saber Spark is a whole complicated matter, but when you deconstruct that narrative, because it is so, so eye-catching, so
I mean,
severe.
at the end of the day, those allegations were made not because out of concern of any victims. They were made out of
Mm-hmm.
spite. It was purely
Exactly.
spite. That's why that
Pure
video
spite.
was made. It was because KP felt, and I saw this coming from the beginning because I was there when KP had a falling out with you. And it
Yeah,
was
oh god, yeah.
ridiculous. And it was this, she was saying the way she went about that was the same way that she went about talking about Saber Spark. So I saw it coming a
Mm-hmm.
mile away. Oh, you're just mad because Saber Spark won't work with you anymore. Because I used to be a fan of KP's way back when she did My Little Pony videos. She was the only one I watched because the boys were weird and
Valid, valid.
Lily was mean and I didn't like her very much. So I only really watched KP because I used to be a fan of the show. I like animation. And I remember I knew that they used to talk and then they had a falling out. I didn't know why, but I was aware that there was a falling out. And as soon as I heard her start talking about Saber Spark, I was like, this seems familiar because she did the same thing to you over
Yep.
a video, falling through and not getting made.
Not
And
even that. I just mentioned it didn't
yeah,
get
you
made.
mentioned it publicly and she took it as this huge betrayal, and that's when her and Courtney started like implying that you might be a pedophile and that Cy
Something
Scribbles might
terrible
be a
like that.
pedophile. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it was completely out of nowhere, and then like started like ranting to me up to Lyle Convoy. Like it was a whole ridiculous nonsense thing. And it's like you look at that and you go like, what was the fucking point?
Yeah.
What did anyone actually get from that? And it's just purely, and
Where
that's, I think, where the problems with a lot of this discussion will sometimes hit.
and
People really want drama. They can't just
yep,
disagree on something.
yep.
They have it be like this big
And,
ordeal.
and here I think we're coming to the crux of the matter, is because you look at the person that you just mentioned who wanted to have a conversation about cartoon criticism and used a not very great criticism that Saber Spark made to talk about how we look at this person's work.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Oh yeah.
critical. That's critical analysis. Excuse me.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's a useful conversation to have that we can learn from. But and the thing is, I haven't watched the video, but I'm gonna take your word for it that it's a good video, and I'll watch it later.
Oh yeah,
And,
I recommend it.
When I edit the stream, I might make a note of how I felt about it.
Oh yeah.
But if you try to use morality and interpersonal drama in order to back up, like, oh well, I don't like this, and it's because he's rapist, and it's like, okay, like, what do you say to that? Especially if you then go looking for shit. You know what I mean? But if like you can articulate and critically analyze why something is bad, like Stockholm is so poorly written, or like this little stupid fan fiction that Lily Orchard made is so badly written, and also like look at what she's like normalizing. Look how mean Harry Potter is. That I think that says something about J.K. Rowling and the and misanthropy, and how like the middle class looks down on like people they view as below them, and it's, you know, you can use that to have like a bigger conversation. But if you just shut something down with like, oh well, you can't analyze the works of this person because they're a transphobe, because they're a
Mm-hmm.
sexist, because they're a misogynist, because they're even something as bad as a rapist, it's like, okay, we know that being a rapist is bad.
Mm-hmm. Oh
But
yeah.
it's there, it is possible that there's something else to talk about. And when we are able to talk about that, especially if it involves things like misinformation or poor media literacy, or the fact that like the Anglosphere at this point seems like the majority of adults are only able to comprehend things at a fifth grade reading level. Um,
Yeah.
like that's such it's a much more important conversation, I think. And it's bigger than these people.
100%.
But also, you
And
probably
yeah.
shouldn't platform rapists.
No, no, you really shouldn't. That's like a bad thing. But I think
Yeah.
also, like, I think back to talking about like the works. I think back to this article I read months and months ago, maybe even years ago, involving Woody Allen, where someone went to his, I guess, like a collection of his unused scripts and unused ideas, and it was all basically romantic comedies about an older man with neuroses dating a girl who's underage. Like almost all of it was the same plot as like Manhattan, which indicates he has at the very least a fascination with this plot point, if not a reflection of his actual
Mm-hmm.
feelings, what he wants to do in real life, or has done in real life.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's one of those things where like you look at it and you go like, this is really terrible, this is really messy. These works are now publicly available and you can read them.
Mm-hmm.
You can still see these works, you can still read these works. They are, but someone might argue that that's spreading something that's illicit or illegal, you know. But it's available in a public library. You can access, it's all archived.
Mm-hmm.
You can, if
So
you request information, you can get to it.
so is like, I hate to the Godwin's Law, but like so
Yep.
is Mein Kampf. You
Yeah.
know, you could still
Exactly.
read that, and I think that
It,
there's a lot to learn from that because we're using what we learned from people like Adolf Hitler to talk about someone like Donald Trump and the rise of
yeah.
fascism in the modern era.
Yeah.
Um,
And let me tell you something about Mein Kampf, because I've actually read it, for academic reasons, for school
mhm.
and whatever. The book fucking sucks. He's not a good writer. It's actually
um,
a really like crudely, childishly written book. It really does at times feel like a live journal, like rant. But that knowing that makes it actually more frightening because it is a book that is so pathetically poorly written that
mhm.
can influence a nation of millions.
and,
Like
and,
it's trash,
and
but
even when we
it's
talk about
effective trash.
creative works, like one thing that I like to bring up is how people misunderstanding their end, like poorly analyzing the Matrix, gave birth to the Manosphere. Um, with the whole like the red pill movement that comes from poorly analyzing the Matrix.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
there can be these huge impacts of how we analyze and talk about a creative work that end up bleeding out into the, and like, would they probably find something else to rally behind if it wasn't the Matrix? Sure, but again, it's bigger than just that one body of work. It's teaching people how to have good media literacy and healthy constructive ways to analyze like books and arts and other pieces of and other creations, you know.
100%. And we need to analyze works that are written by people who are problematic in order to understand that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
this doesn't exist in a vacuum. We have to, especially especially like political works written by terrible
Mm-hmm.
people, because if you don't understand what it was that appealed
Mm-hmm.
to that person's audience, you will never understand how to combat that through a political
Yep,
lens. Like that's
exactly.
one useful component of it, just to see what did they like about this, what was so appealing, and how can you authentically and effectively deconstruct that.
Yep.
Though the problem then becomes people who tend to overanalyze politics from a
Yeah.
purely political lens will then be like, maybe I can look at everything from this lens. And I think that's a problem you're seeing with,
Yeah.
not to name names, but a certain YouTuber recently who's gotten into hot water for some takes in the bread tube sphere.
Hmm.
Um, I think a
Yeah.
lot of problems could be avoided if you know step back from the theory of politics and looked at the
Yeah.
realities of the day-to-day life.
Yeah, can you kids lighten up? Like, damn.
Yeah, seriously.
Um, thank you for the super chat, Super Easy Walker. The quote often used: "Learn from the past, or you're doomed to repeat it." Exactly.
Yeah,
Well,
and
and
it's unfortunate.
is there
Sorry,
anything
yeah.
specific? Yeah, it's okay. I was just gonna ask if there's anything specific because we've been on call for a while. Is there anything
Oh yes, many
specific that
waiting.
you want to bring up before we move on?
Yes, yes. There is one thing I want to bring up before you boot me from this chat and have someone else
Hmm.
take my place.
Hmm.
I want to give one last shout out to Lily Orchard for just being the worst and just a terrible, terrible critic.
But an
Yeah,
amazing
she really
case
sucks.
study. An amazing
great,
case study, I gotta
great case
say.
study. But like I just at the very least she's not boring.
Mm,
Unlike Mauler, who is profoundly boring to me. But like at least Lee is fascinatingly screwed up.
yeah, there's definitely a lot to talk about there.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, shout out to Araki for making the greatest Rurouni Kenshin fan art in the history of publication.
all right. Thank you so much,
Anyway,
Anthony. Do you got anything to plug?
yes, I do have a YouTube channel that has videos coming out every week. We have one coming out this week that's going to talk about male loneliness, Disney, and anime fighting, and right-wing grifters taking articles
Oh
that are clearly
boy.
written for clickbait and running with the narratives as far as they can take it. And I believe I already told you what the thumbnail should be, and I think you
Yeah.
thought it was a cool idea.
I'm really excited to draw that thumbnail. All
It was
right,
so
Aunt,
much fun. Anyway,
you have a great night.
you too. Take care, and good luck to whoever's next.
All right.
Take care. Bye bye.
Alrighty then. That went on for a little bit longer than we meant to, but that happened. You know, me and Ant are certified yappers. Whew. Let me see here. Okay. We're going to bring in the next one. Hello. You
Hello.
still are you How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm great. Could you introduce yourself and tell us what you would like to talk about?
Yeah, so I'm Dark Matter. I've been around here for a bit. I'm working on my math PhD, if that's relevant, if you want to know what I do. Anyway, I'm going to be talking about one author in particular, and that is Orson Scott Card, famous author of Ender's Game and notorious homophobe.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll give a bit of a personal background with his work. So until I was around like 14 or so, I was really into his stuff. I discovered Ender's Game when I was 8. I'm not sure if that was entirely appropriate to give to an 8-year-old, but my
Mm-hmm.
parents gave it to me and I ate it up because it was cool sci-fi. And then I read the rest of his books, and Speaker for the Dead was amazing. The rest of them, not so much.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let's
No
first
kidding.
talk about Ender's Game and Speaker, because those are two very interesting works. Those preach radical empathy. It's essentially the message, the obvious message, is that no matter how different, how alien something is, you can still find a way to connect and understand and empathize. That does not gel with the author's stated views.
No, it does not. I think, yeah, no, I was a fan of Ender's Game as well as a teenager, and yeah, finding out what kind of person Orson Scott Card was it kind of sucked a lot.
Yes. But the thing is, unlike someone like Rowling, whose views aren't explicitly stated in her books, Orson Scott Card does state his views in his other books. If you read the Ender's Shadow series, which I do not recommend doing, do not read those books, they're bad. You will find long monologues about how the purpose of the human race is to reproduce. You will find a scene where a graduate of a battle school tells her soldiers to go home and reproduce. That same character, she decides, have 6 children with the main character of the Ender's Shadow series, who is not Ender. It's I don't remember the exact details, but apparently they are a genetically modified superhuman who is destined to die young. So, Card has been putting his essentialist worldview explicitly in his books as text for a very long time now. And my thoughts are, is it worth even looking at the stuff he puts out at this point? The sci-fi is okay, there's some decent concepts, but it's not stuff we don't see in other works. I think Le Guin has much more creative ideas than Card, for example.
Yep.
And if you look beyond the Enderverse, beyond Ender's Game and Ender's Shadow series, it gets even worse. You will see, the most infamous one is his retelling of Hamlet, and I don't think I can really talk about the stuff he says there on stream.
Give us a little bit of a, an idea.
It gives Card's idea of what causes homosexuality.
Ah. Interesting.
I will leave that there. You can Google a Wikipedia summary on your own time. So the question here is there anything to discuss in Card's work? And I think for the majority of it, my answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
But Ender's Game and Speaker are worth looking at a second time. Because when you look past the glaringly obvious message of radical empathy, you start to realize that there are some rotten elements to the core of those books as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
I believe there's some great essays. One of them is called something like Sympathy for the Superman, Ender and Hitler, where it essentially talks about how these books attempt to redeem someone who's committed a genocide, because that's what happens in the climax of Ender's Game. And the other one is called Creating the Innocent Killer by John Joseph Kessel. You can find it online for free. And it breaks down how Ender's Game is explicitly designed to create sympathy for Ender, and how it shows a form of morality where the end result doesn't matter, only the intention, and the logical loops it has to tie itself into to justify that.
Now, if I may interject for a moment, I think there is a story that was released that I think is in dialogue with Ender's Game. And it was a Black Mirror episode, and I can't remember what it was called, but they had these soldiers that wore equipment that the soldiers were told, oh, this is just equipment to help you fight better. But in reality, what it did is it changed their perception so that the enemies that they were going after, they saw them as these weird, yucky aliens. I think they saw them as like bugs, maybe. I can't remember exactly. It was something. It was very poignant. It was either zombies or bugs. I can't remember what they saw them as, but it was like, yeah, these are clearly monsters that we have to kill. And it was about propaganda and how our sense of perception is often warped to see the enemy as the other, when in reality they're usually people just like us. And I felt like when I was watching it that it felt very much in dialogue with Ender's Game. And then there was Oh God, what was it called? Um, it was a movie, and it was this scientist that was studying these bug aliens that were kind of treated as these second class citizens, and made up like the lower class. District 9, was it? No, District 11. Anyway, it turns out that if one of these bugs like injures you, or like their blood or whatever gets into your system, you will transform into one of these bugs. And I thought that was also kind of in dialogue with Ender's Game, um, because you are now in the perspective of this bug, and it turns out that like the way that these aliens are isn't like, it's not like these cruel, unfeeling creatures. They're people too. They're just seen as vermin by humans. And I think those two pieces of work are intentionally criticizing. I don't know for sure with the episode of Black Mirror, but I definitely think District 9, yes, it was District 9. I definitely think that District 9 was intentionally in dialogue with Ender's Game.
That's interesting because in Ender's Game, the bugs are a hive mind.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, it was. I think they were named after a British homophobic slur, and then they were renamed to the Formics, so I'll just call them that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're a hive mind. When they attacked humanity the first time in the books, it's framed as not a bad action because they saw it as just clipping toenails or something.
Mm-hmm.
District 9 is doing something very different because the aliens are just people, right?
Yes, but also like I can't remember. I can't. My vocabulary has fallen out of my pocket. It seems, but they are a hive mind because that's what Orson Scott Card wrote them as, because that's kind of how he sees the other. You know.
Oh, I see your point.
Mm-hmm. You know, like it's not like, oh, they're a hive mind, so it's, oh, yeah, but Orson Scott Card chose to make them a hive mind that had like an odd sense of morality instead of making them more empathetic like District 9 did.
Yeah. Yeah, I
And
think that District 9 is essentially critiquing Orson Scott Card's vision of the other. Would you say that's the correct
yeah,
reading?
yeah, exactly. I think that that's would be a fair thing to say. I could be wrong, but like that's definitely how it came across to me. Like as soon when I was reading it, or not reading it, when I was watching it, it's like, wow, this kind of reminds me of Ender's Game a lot. Like, but it's coming from, it's kind of like that one again, I can't remember words or titles right now, but there is a book that is criticizing one of H.P. Lovecraft's books where about the fish people. And we know that the fish people in Lovecraft's works are an allegory for like racialized people, and like a character is like, oh, the worst thing that I could have possibly imagined is that, you know, I am mixed race. That's like the biggest horror of all. Mixed race with a fish person, and that's the horror of that book. Whereas, like, this criticism of that series kind of frames it as people who think like that are in the bad. Innsmouth. Yes, it's Innsmouth is the fish people
Yes.
one. But I can't remember what the what the dialogue one was. And then you have, of course, have Lovecraft Country, of course. Yeah, as somebody else mentioned. Shadow over Innsmouth, yeah. Anyway, continue with your Orson Scott Card stuff.
Yes. So the books are designed to generate sympathy for Ender.
Mhm.
He has a pretty horrible childhood. He is subjected to constant pain. His older brother bullies him mercilessly. And every single time he's in conflict, it's framed as he needs to win or he'll die. For example, during battle school, he's attacked by some fellow kids. They're told that Ender is the savior of the human race. They don't care, so Ender has to go kill them. Otherwise, humanity dies. So Card has really been just setting up his narrative specifically to craft sympathy for Ender. He's framed as a sort of almost noble demon, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, like, if Card wasn't pulling all these tricks, if we just had the story about a kid who committed genocide because he thought he was playing a video game, how would people react to that? And I feel like people would not be quite so sympathetic.
Yep. Yes. Yeah.
And in the Speaker for the Dead, which on one hand, it's a great book about empathy. It's not just about empathy for aliens, it's also about empathy for the people who are downtrodden and marginalized. It's about humanizing some people who are not very kind to anyone. However, it also frames Ender as this wise sage who is who's giving lectures about his ideas of morality, that intent is the only thing that matters. This is essentially Orson Scott Card explicitly endorsing that view of morality.
Well, yeah, and it kind of ends up. It says a lot about the kind of person that Orson Scott Card is, I think, and the dangers that that line of thinking can lead you down. And I don't know, makes a, again, like fiction makes a very good case study of how to analyze that sort of thing. It's a lot easier and a lot more digestible to talk about Orson Scott Card and the actions of his fictional character Ender than it is to talk about fucking Stalin or something, you know?
Yep. And I do think that the books do provide an interesting case study of morality. It's just that they always have one very specific side that they're taking. And it's important to peel back those narrative tricks.
Yep. Yes.
The last bit of rot, even in the original Ender's game, is this quasi-eugenics rhetoric that permeates the books. All of Ender's siblings are portrayed as extremely intelligent, specifically because their parents were intelligent. I believe that they were given an exception to have a third child because in that sci-fi universe, most couples are only allowed to have 2 kids. Ender's parents are even an exception. Someone correct me if I'm wrong about that. And then we see over the course of the book that these super geniuses, it's not just Ender, it's also siblings, are the only ones capable of saving and changing the world. So it's really putting together this like great man theory of history, specifically focused on inherited traits.
Okay.
And that really rubs up against the idea of radical empathy. Because it's like, yes, we should have empathy for everyone. Also, these specific people are so much more important than everyone else, and it doesn't matter if those other people die. So the books themselves are kind of full of this contradictory tension. Anyway, those are my main points. I don't have a specific answer to this, but I think the series raises a bunch of questions and answers them with the author's own worldview because they are constructed to perpetrate that worldview.
Yeah, well, a lot of people. Yeah, I like a lot of people who write the kind of world that they want to live in, or that reflects their worldview. So if they have a twisted worldviews, they'll often create a twisted world. But then again, some people
the
are
other
really
thing,
good storytellers and they do know better and they choose to act badly anyway because they often think they're an exception.
I guess the other thing is, even the book that apparently has a positive message, uh, like the aforementioned Ender's Game and Speaker, if you look deeper into them, that positive message can fall apart.
Yep.
So I guess if we want to tie it back to the original ideas brought up about Harry Potter on this stream, it's the same thing there. People say, oh, these books are anti-prejudice. And then you start looking into the metaphor, you start really examining what's surrounding it,
Mm-hmm.
and it falls apart completely.
It's because the thing is that, like, yes, it is anti-prejudice, but only if this person doesn't deserve it. You know,
Yep.
one of the details that is the most, and they never say this out loud, but there's like a lot of Boggle, get out here. There's a lot of like implications that at the end of the book that she is the teacher in, I think it was the fifth one, Dolores Umbridge in Harry Potter, and yeah, I think it's Order of the Phoenix. At the end of that book, like, her fate is that she gets sexually assaulted by a herd of centaurs, and it's a good thing because she deserved it because she was a terrible person. And it's like, I don't know about that. And again, does, like, Neville deserves to be bullied because he's a bad wizard, but Hermione, even though she's muggle born, doesn't deserve to be bullied for it because she has talent. And, you know, it's more about who is and isn't deserving of special treatments.
Yeah, and I guess that goes into Ender's Game as well. Ender explicitly kills multiple people throughout the book, and it's never framed as a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just framed as a brutal fact of life. So the implication there is that some people are just more valuable than others, even if you empathize with the ones that are killed in the book. That empathy is meant to be a weapon so you can make sure that the quote-unquote good guy survives. In fact, that's explicitly stated in the text. Ender says something to the effect, I have to love my enemies so I can really understand them, and in that moment I'm able to beat them.
Mm-hmm. Now, a couple people are asking, like, oh, did that actually happen in the books? And the thing is what we know happened. She was very... Yeah. So that's what centaurs do in Greek mythology when they are crossed. Like, that's just what they do. And we know that she was not physically hurt in any way. Like, she did not come back bruised and battered and beaten, but she was heavily traumatized by the event to the point that she has a meltdown whenever she hears the sounds of hooves. She's traumatized by it, and that's treated as a joke. So it's never outright stated, but that is the implication. So yeah, and also mocks fat people, except for those that we supposed to like, such as Molly. And Molly is pleasantly plump, but like Marge and Vernon and Dudley are disgusting whales and etc. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have much more to say on the subject of Card. I think that apart from Ender's Game and Speak for the Dead, his books are pretty straightforward tracts of hate wrapped up in either sci-fi or fantasy.
Yeah, many such cases.
And you can even see the origins in those two books.
Yes. Was there anything else that you wanted to bring up before I move on to the next person? I know that Anthony kind of ate up a lot of time, but
Yeah, I mean, I I only really, when I was doing the screening, I only really cleared to talk about Orson Scott Card. I could talk about Lovecraft as well,
Yeah,
but I
you.
wouldn't want to like go
Yeah,
past.
yeah, no, it was it. Yeah, screening's more to make sure that you actually have something to talk about. You could talk about more if you want to.
Yeah, so I guess I want to talk about something that I would consider honestly the inverse of Card, which is H.P. Lovecraft.
Hmm.
So, as we mentioned before, you can see his xenophobic views throughout his writing. Shadow over Innsmouth is a very good one. It's like, I believe that it was inspired by Lovecraft discovering that he had Irish heritage.
Hmm.
However, the thing is, a lot of his works tend to be genuinely unsettling regardless.
Yeah.
Even most people don't share his views. Even for his time, he was considered extremely racist. And I think that's because they tap into the fundamental human fear of the other.
Yes.
And it's in the eye of the beholder to interpret what that other is.
Hmm.
So I guess Shadow over Innsmouth is one of them. He also had an interesting story. This one's a bit more obscure. It's called Cold Air. And it's about a guy who knows that his neighbor's AC is running basically all the time. And it turns out that his neighbor is a corpse. He's been dead for a while. And the AC has been running so he doesn't decompose. And like, it is genuinely unsettling. Because imagine what secrets your neighbor's hiding when they don't, that, that guy in the apartment next to you that you never see, and there's always like some weird hum in his room. What could he be?
Hmm.
Another unsettling story is Herbert West Reanimator, which has excellent adaptations. Definitely go watch them. It's about a slow descent into madness when you're obsessing over a solution to an impossible problem.
And I think that again, H.P. Lovecraft cannot benefit from his works anymore. He's dead. He's gone.
Yeah.
He cannot use profits made from his works to fund a political lobbying group. And I think that we can. And again, it's only half. And like being, are we allowed to read it? Well, like sure, but that's only like half the conversation. It's more. Is it worth it to critically analyze it? And
I would say, in Lovecraft's case, yes, it has a lot to say on the nature of fear and the way we communicate that to other people.
mm-hmm. So it feels like if you think you can extract something that's greater than the sum of its parts, maybe a work, shitty and crappy as it might be, is worth talking about.
The thing is, he's still in the cultural zeitgeist. We have an entire genre called Lovecraftian horror.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting to see how that formed, how it's evolved, and like how our idea of the other has changed over time. What was it about Lovecraft's depiction of the other that gripped everyone?
Now, granted, if I had a good friend, let's just like if one of my friends who's black just said to me like, I really can't stand how much you talk about and read Lovecraft. I find him deeply racist, and I find it offensive that you read him and celebrate the works of this racist asshole. I'd be willing to hear them out on that. I'd be willing to talk to them about that, because their friendship and their comfort, and this is just me, like I'm not saying that this is how everybody has to act, but if like one of my best friends is black, and if they told me, please stop talking about Lovecraft, it really hurts me when you do that, I would listen to them, and I'd probably change how I engage with Lovecraftian horror and I don't know for sure if I would completely cut it out of my life, because I have not been presented with that situation before. But I would definitely try and be sensitive to their feelings. Um, but yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that brings up another very interesting point, that we don't consume media in a vacuum. We have other people that we talk about.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That
Exactly.
we talk to about media.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so even if I'm just fascinated about the way Lovecraft communicates, it can be really uncomfortable to someone who is targeted by him. And I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm in one of his long list of things that he hated. I'm Jewish. But it could be very uncomfortable for someone who was in his long list to hear me talking about, oh, and that he used this specific imagery to convey this, and that imagery to convey that.
Yeah. I think being mindful is an important part of this whole discussion, and that there isn't one size fits all answer to any of this. And when it comes down to it, that's kind of how a lot of things work. Like when you're grown up, when you're adult, you have to learn that there isn't a one size fits all answer, and you have to deeply think about the choices that you make, what that says about you, what that says to other people, what it says about your worldview. Like every decision you make is a new decision. And we can't like lose ourselves to childish black and white thinking. I saw there was some hootenanny being brought up. It's like, why did you put J.K. Rowling and Lily Orchard, and a bunch of people thought that the guy in the middle was Jordan Peterson, which was really funny. Like, one of them literally, allegedly, sexually assaulted her sister, and the other are just like shitty writers that are involved in politics and have bad political opinions. These are not the same. And yeah, you're right. They're not the same. That's kind of the point, is that every single one of them is different, and every single one of them is a different conversation. But if you're an American, you don't know who J.D. Salinger is. You need to take an English class. God love you, but when people thought that was Jordan Peterson, it made me giggle a little bit. Anyway.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect place to end it. The moral of the story is be nuanced, think carefully, don't fall into black and white thinking.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Dark Matter. Do you have anything to plug?
Well, I have an itch.io page. It's completely unrelated to everything we've been talking about, but it is abyssaldarkmatter.itch.io. Should I just type that in the chat?
Yeah, if you want to link it in the chat, go for it.
Yep, I've made 2 games so far. They're not amazing. It's just a hobby. You know what? Go check it out if you're interested.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dark Matter.
See you around.
Lovely. Who do we have next? Hello?
Hello?
Hi there.
Oh, hi, it's me. I'm here. I'm ready. Okay.
Can you introduce yourself and tell us what you would like to talk about?
There we go. Okay, sorry, I had to deafen the stream for a second. Hello, my name is Raccoon Warlock. I've been on the channel a few times before, and I want to go in a tangential direction, I guess, by discussing a literary theory.
Okay, yeah, no, we can do that.
Because when you announced that you were going to do this, I had my immediate hot take. And I'm going to look at it again really quickly to reestablish, because I've been a little all over the place
No,
while
not a
I'm
problem.
listening. So give me
Not
a
a
second to pull
problem.
it up.
I'm just gonna read chat while you're looking it up. Not James Peterson, Jordan Peterson. A bunch of people thought that the guy in the middle in the thumbnail was Jordan Peterson. Yeah, it's J.D. Salinger, the guy who wrote Catcher in the Rye, who also got into a sexual relationship with a 14-year-old, and then when they had sex, dumped her. Amongst other strange and odd behavior. But, you know, he wrote one of the great American novels, so.
But yes, here we go. I am of the opinion that we should be critically analyzing the work of quote unquote everybody, regardless of their morality. Because, like, and I'm going to use Rowling as an example here, as much as I'm like, I read the Harry Potter books when I was in middle school, and I was like, these are okay. I'm going to go back to reading Percy Jackson. But I think looking back on them now, they do work as a great reference point for, and this is just an example, the ideals of centrist liberalism during the 90s and how little that has changed in the present day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Harry Potter is way more political than I think people realize, especially like to an American audience, because a lot of it is like class politics that are mostly familiar to centrist British people from that era. Yeah. There's some Thatcherisms in there, I gotta say.
And like, it should not be a surprise that what she's saying in the modern day is what she's saying in the modern day. Actually, can you give me just a second?
Yeah, take your
Can
time.
we just?
I'll fill the silence. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that like there were people that saw J.K. Rowling for what she was. You look at Ursula K. Le Guin. She'd been saying since the release of, I think, Philosopher's Stone, it was early on, that like the books are really mean-spirited and derivative and built on the backs of others. Very similar plot to books like Worst Witch and taking inspiration from like Tales of Earthsea and Young Wizards by Deanna Duane. And there was another book series that, again, we don't like him either, but Neil Gaiman made a book series about a destined wizard going to school and finding out he was the chosen one. Like, it's
on
not
behalf
as
of DC Comics.
Yeah, on behalf of DC Comics. But the thing, so like people, the thing that
didn't sue, hilarious.
Yeah, but the thing that well, they don't sue Marvel either, so, and they, anyway. The thing that launched Harry Potter into popularity wasn't how good it was as a book, it's how marketable it is, because every little thing, it's like, oh, you can imagine yourself in Harry Potter's shoes, and then there's all these little toys and all of these little objects, and you can have a golden snitch, and you can there's a personality quiz like preloaded into the book. You know, you can create an identity based on the book. Are you a Gryffindor, a Slytherin, a Hufflepuff, or a Ravenclaw? And giving an identity for people to latch onto connected to your book is always a surefire way to get people interested in the world that you're creating. And again, there's just so much merchandise. There's wands, and every single wand is unique. And then there's owls. There's just so much stuff that you can imagine having as a student at Hogwarts, that you can build up this little mini mythology that is tangentially created to the books, that is all about you. Well, if I went to Hogwarts, I'd have this kind of owl and this kind of wand, and I'd be in this house, and I'd play Quidditch in this position. And I think that's what it's very marketable as a series. But is it a good book?
It's funny you bring that up, because those are all marketing elements that came later on. When the books were first being published, the real marketing that pushed it was twofold. One, that these were books that were getting kids to read during the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the problem that a lot of parents were having. And two, the rags to riches story of Joanne's success.
Yes, absolutely. Harry Potter was picked up by Scholastic in the US and in Canada. And that's a big reason it was so successful. Because it was literally in schools, people would be given these little flyers of a list of books. And on the front page of those little flyers every single month was Harry Potter. Get your kids to read with Harry Potter. Like, look, it's about a boy going to school and like having adventures. Isn't that fun? That's child friendly. That's exciting. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're kind of moving away from the point that I wanted to make.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
While we're talking, I'm going to Google it really quick to make sure I am going to pronounce it correctly.
I was just waffling while you were looking at your notes, so feel free to rein it back in.
Oh, you think I take notes? This is all off the dome, baby.
Oh, okay.
I'm just not smart. You know how there's been a growing fear of force femme on the internet? I'm not force femming. I'm force academicizing.
You're talking about force gothing this morning, so...
Yes, I was.
Alright, anyway.
Yes, here we go. I was going to pronounce it correctly. I may have talked about it before, but we're going to talk about the hermeneutic circle.
Yippee! Can we remind people in the audience, and also me, because apparently my vocabulary fell out of my back pocket this afternoon when I went to go get pizza, what a hermeneutic circle is?
The hermeneutic circle is a concept in learning in which you examine a text, you step away from it, you gain new context for it, and you re-examine the text again with that new context. And the more you do it, the more you can understand a work and how it relates to other things.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think I went into detail about how I did that with Harry Potter and how it made me break up with the book. But also other ones, such as the works of Oscar Wilde, benefit, I think, from the hermeneutic circle a lot. So, you know, good and bad works are a great way to analyze. The hermeneutic circle is a great way to analyze them, I think.
Yep. And I believe that when we are approaching any text, and when I say text, I just mean the thing that we are reading. It could be a TV show, it can be a book, it can be a comic, it could be the instructions on your carburetor. I don't know. I think that we should, when we are examining a text for the first time, we read the text, see what the text is saying by itself. We step out, see what the author is trying to say in the text. And examine things that the author did not know that they were saying.
Or maybe that they couldn't say. Again, Oscar Wilde.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that, dare I speak her name again? I fear that this is turning into a bit of a Beetlejuice situation. But if you read some of Lily Orchard's works, like I read a couple of her fan fiction. I'm like, this is kind of weird. It's not very well written either. I did some research. Found out what she was accused of doing, and at the time she was releasing her Avatar Neva fan fiction, the little vignettes, and reading those, knowing what she allegedly did to her sister, yucky.
Yep.
And again, this is just because Lily is a bad person who did bad things, and she is a small micro celebrity in sharing a similar space that I am. She's like a microcosm. She's so easy to talk about because, well, she overshares, and she feels a lot closer than someone like Oscar Wilde or H.P. Lovecraft or even J.K. Rowling, who feels untouchable because she's a huge celebrity author that everybody in the world knows, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
And I know that I have talked shit about him before, but we're talking about Harold Bloom again. A
Go off.
very famous quote from Harold Bloom is that we can take a feminist or a Marxist reading of Hamlet, and while that will tell us new things about feminism or Marxism, that will not tell us anything new about Hamlet.
Yes. That's a really good way to put it.
That is besides the point.
Mm-hmm.
That is besides the point, Harold Bloom. That's not why we're examining text through different lenses.
It's a good point, but yeah.
Works through different lenses to understand how we as a culture connect with art as just one way, or to examine how people in the past viewed women or people of color, or insert whatever social topic here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We also examine text through the way other people respond to them and observe their reaction.
Yeah, I mean, art and creation in text is all one big conversation. And I think art is interesting because I think it's really the only way we can have a conversation with people from the past or people that we've never really spoken to before. We can kind of like, with that hermeneutic circle technique that you were speaking of, using that, we can kind of create a dialogue with the work and with the people of that time or context that we otherwise wouldn't be able to by critically analyzing the text.
And for no reason in particular, let's examine something through gender and the works of Judith Butler.
Oh boy.
Not specifically, but in the way that she talks about gender and how that reflects literature.
Yeah. I mean, she's a very her works are very dense, and the way she talks about gender might seem a little bit outdated, but it's like really important to realize that she was writing for other academics and was also in dialogue with people like Freud and pushing back against a Freudian analysis of uh you know othered genders and sexualities. Knowing that context is really important when you're dissecting Butler's work. And you're not going to fully understand what's going on with Butler if you don't know what Freud was saying about gender at the time and how gender and sexuality was treated at the time.
Yep, absolutely.
Hope I didn't steal your thunder there.
No, you're fine. But like the idea of gender being performative, in that, to make this really simple to understand, gender is learned behavior,
Mm-hmm.
according to Judith Butler.
Well, yes, because... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I think that is a lens that is interesting to consider Hamlet through, in the way that, despite the fact that Hamlet is ascribed male, a lot of his behavior and presentation reads as what we consider female.
Yes. Now, if you were to take a Freudian look at that, because Freud believed that gender and sexuality, specifically anything that wasn't cisgender and heterosexual, those were the result of something that happened to you, some sort of malformed development. Like, you're gay because your father didn't love you enough or whatever. And Judith Butler was like, okay, well, now wait a minute. One of the first things that she brings up in Gender Troubles is that if we were to assume that, what would the default sexuality be if we kind of took Freud to his logical conclusion? Well, straight people also have a fixation on the opposite gender. So doesn't that mean that bisexual should be the default and no gender should be the default? But that's not how it's treated. Obviously, there's something going on there. It's all learned behavior. Like, regardless of if you're straight or gay or trans or cis or bigender or there's no gender or you identify as a dog. Like, it's all learned behavior, So while she may seem kind of outdated today, if you look at it through that lens and what was being said about gender and sexuality at the time, the things that she's saying make a lot more sense. So writing her off just because she seems a little outdated, I think you're missing out.
It's also a problem of, you have to be willing to engage with works that you may not understand the first time. And that is why we re-examine it with new context. We continue the hermeneutic cycle.
Exactly. There are reasons that we have. There's reasons that we teach this shit in university, But anyway, I feel like we're getting a little bit into the weeds outside of critical analysis and the value that analyzing the works of bad people can bring.
And I also brought up, if this is too big of a topic, I could also just talk about Stephen King. Do we want to talk about Stephen King?
Yeah. What did you? Yeah, let's talk about Stephen King.
I mean, my hot take is I don't think Stephen King is as bad a person as people like to paint him for.
Yeah, he's a weird fucking guy, and he's an imperfect guy. But
Like, yes, he wrote a child orgy happening in it.
yeah, that was
Trying
weird.
to have a conversation about sexual self-expression in young people and how that comes about.
Yeah.
Do I agree with how he handled it? No. I don't think he's an evil person for trying to have that conversation.
Yeah, and then you have what was it called? The one Hatred? No, that's a game.
Describe it.
It was one of her short stories. Rage. Yeah, I read that one in high school. My mom had a copy of it. It's about a young man who is, very. It basically is the story of a school shooter, but it was written before school shooters were a thing. He comes into school and like hurts a bunch of people. And a lot of school shooters have said that Rage by Stephen King directly inspired their actions. And King knows that even if he hadn't written that book, they would have found something else. But it did hurt him that his writing, where he was trying to say something about morality and the actions of people, and yeah. He removed it. It's been removed from publication, and he's never released it again. And I understand why. But I still think that Rage is worth analyzing critically. I don't think that Stephen King is a bad person. I think he's a complicated person who did a lot of fucking drugs. But I don't think he's a bad person.
Neither do I, but a problem of this modern day tribalist mentality is to paint him as a bad person for trying to have this conversation. It's the same reason people are trying to paint Judy Blume as a bad person for trying to have these conversations.
Yeah. It's and I've read a lot of Judy Blume, and I read a lot of Stephen King, and I think that I think that I'm a more educated person because of it, and they made me think about things. And I think at the ages that I might have read it a little bit too young. I think my mom forgot about the child orgy scene because I read it when I was 15. Oh boy, she should not have let me read it at that point. But I think I still learned something interesting about the nature of fear, and like I'm fine. Like I was just like, that was strange. But it didn't hurt me. But I feel like people, there's this angle that people take where they try to morally condemn things that they don't like or make them uncomfortable, and it goes above and beyond. Like, what can we learn from this person? Is there anything we can pull a conversation out of this work? Like, it goes beyond the benefits of critically analyzing it, and if even just reading something is going to taint our spirit or something. It's very Protestant Christian, I gotta say. This idea that like a book can make you a bad person. Like I don't think that's a thing.
Well, neither do I. I just think it's the way that you approach it. And rest in piss, James Dobson. Anyways.
Yippee! New public gender neutral washroom has opened up. Yay!
Anyways, but yes, there are works made by bad people. Here, this is just going to be like my general closing thoughts. Yes, there are works made by bad people. Those works still have value. When something is problematic, that means let's have a conversation. Not, this must be immediately condemned.
Exactly.
That is a thought process that we should encourage and try to return to with everything that we do. And don't be afraid to re-examine a text through a lens that you never considered.
Exactly. I couldn't put it better myself. Do you have anything you'd like to plug in, Raccoon?
Do have a channel. I'm trying to work up the courage to try streaming some video games that my friends have gifted me. Or considering just like rambling thoughts on books that I've been reading lately. In terms of things I don't do that I would like to plug. I'm sorry, I'm going to be annoying about it again. I've been reading the Locked Tomb books, and I've been going slowly insane.
Of course. Of course you liked the Locked Tomb. Get the fuck out. No, I'm kidding. There's nothing wrong with the Locked Tomb. But, you know, daring. What's next? Florals in spring. I'm just teasing you.
No, I know. But, oh, fucking hell, now that I thought about it, there could be an entire essay about force femming, but we're not going to go there.
Oh my
Not
god,
right
I don't
now.
want to talk about
I don't
that.
have the time or the mental capacity.
I'm also not sure that I'm comfortable as like a...
Oh, no, not with you. This would be on
Yeah.
my own channel.
Oh yeah, I definitely, yeah, I encourage you to make that video, but yeah, I'm probably not somebody that's gonna want to be around for that conversation. I have my hang-ups about that
Yep.
for obvious reasons. That I think a lot of people should be more empathetic towards trans men that get uncomfortable with that, and I think it's silly that it's not immediately obvious why it might make a trans man uncomfortable. But anyway,
I meant more the way that it has been romanticized versus the reality.
Oh, yes. I'm just saying that, like, no, I'm just
Absolutely.
saying
Anyways.
that, yeah, people are really weird about me not wanting to talk about it. I know that you aren't, but other people are. And it's weird that people don't, yeah, anyway. But yes, thank you for coming on call. I always appreciate chatting.
Anywho, you all have a wonderful day. I will be continuing to listen.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We're going to have bathroom break. I'm going to put on some music to babysit you guys with for a while, and I will be right back. If you need to go grab a drink or grab a snack, when I come back, we'll be talking to Bella about a certain independent visual novel creator. So stay tuned for that. Shouldn't be more than 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. And thank you for the super chat page. Would there be any use in me coming on and speaking about Animorphs and saying Harry Potter could never for 30 minutes /J unless if you think it can contribute to the conversation, of course. Always happy to spurg about Animorphs, and also as a comparative analysis, I think it's interesting to talk about it in tandem with Harry Potter. So absolutely. And maybe we could kind of turn it into a conversation about comparative analysis. So if you want to, that would be fine. We're going to bring our next guest on. Hello, you. Uh-oh. Are they AFK?
No, it's all good. Well, hey.
Ooh. How are we doing tonight? Can you introduce yourself and let us know what you'd like to talk about, although I gave a bit of a spoiler in chat.
Just a bit of a tease. That's all good. Good morning. Good morning. It's 11 a.m. here. My name is Bella, pronouns they, them. I've been on the channel a couple of times before, but not in a good long while. Hi, hello. So my topic of discussion here, actually, I'll just start off with like my personal, I guess, hypothesis when it comes to this subject. And that is that should we critically analyze works of bad people? Absolutely yes, because the critical sphere is bad people are going to make art no matter what. Some of them are going to make good art, various definitions of good, for really bad reasons. And other people are going to take notice of that art, and they might not be aware of those people or what they've done. And if you don't say anything, then you're just going to let the people who champion the bad stuff run rampant, because it turns out bad people can also comment on other bad people making art, and they can sometimes really downplay the bad stuff that people do.
Oh boy, I wonder where this is going.
So yes, apologies to everyone in this in this stream. It is unfortunately going to involve a certain Lily Orchard once again, but she's not directly the topic of discussion here. Rather, one of the people she herself has been providing commentary on recently. I don't want to say criticism, because she hasn't even been criticizing this person. So this is a much lower, much less well-known person than a lot of the people we've been talking about in the stream. A fairly small independent visual novel creator by the name of Nom Nom Nami. She has been making visual novels for about 15 years now, I think. She's been on the net for a bit longer, since around like mid-2000s, like part of the Newgrounds generation. A lot of her novels are basically, they're about, young queer people getting into relationships and having fairly, soft romance type stuff. A lot of those are lesbian relationships or sapphic relationships. And her most popular work, which was all about a sapphic relationship, it's called Bad End Theatre. It was released in 2021, and it even got played by Markiplier in one of his Let's Play videos. So it got a lot of attention from that. Now, about a month before Markiplier made his Let's Play video, someone, one of Nami's exes, released a Google document that alleged that Nami groomed this person and entered into a relationship with this person when this person was 14 years old. And then Nami responded to this allegation, saying that while she was apparently not aware of this person's age specifically, everything else in the document was true.
I just want to read off a super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Will I be streaming long enough for Malcolm to raid you? Yeah, I'm going to probably be here for another couple of hours. I'm assuming.
Oh dear God, not the Mamacitas.
Anyway, continue, Bella.
Oh yeah, of course. So the fallout from this particular call out was that Nami lost a solid chunk of her audience. She'd previously been part of a group of other independent visual novel creators, and they basically booted her out when all of this stuff happened. So, you know, the impacts definitely affected her at the time. And that's, you know, I don't want to say necessarily that like call outs are a good thing, but certainly they did what they were intended to do at that point. She laid low for a couple of years, but she's still making games. And it seems that the opinion of a fair chunk of her fan base was that she somehow moved on. Now, this is all sort of just background fluff for the fact that her most recent game, Return to Ash, which was released about a month ago, was built around the emotions that she was feeling in the fallout of that call-out post coming out. Like all of the stuff that she was feeling in 2022 when she was feeling so isolated. Now, she says basically as much as this in a blog post that came out around the time of the game's release. She doesn't specifically name the call-out post and all that stuff as the root cause of this isolation, but reading between the lines, it's pretty apparent. Now, is it worth critically analyzing this game? I haven't gone too far into the weeds of the game myself because I don't really want to give Nami money for obvious reasons. But if you want to critically analyze it, I'd say that'd be a good idea. But like, it's perfectly reasonable to, because at the moment, the most popular video on that game is by everyone's favorite.
Lily Orchard.
Come on, say it with me, Grim.
Yay,
Yep,
Lily
it's
Orchard.
Lily Orchard. Like, in terms of her videos, it's like one of her least well-performing videos entirely. It's only got, 6K views, but that is still 6K views on Nami, and it's a video that never mentions the allegations toward her at all. In fact, if your only knowledge of Nom Nom Nami was through Lily Orchard, you would have no idea that these allegations even existed. Funny that. And in fact, Lily looks at the isolation stuff and says, oh yeah, that must have been because of COVID, ignoring that, COVID was sort of, like, I don't want to say COVID was over in 2022, but the effects of COVID had mostly passed for the majority of Americans by 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's a case of, like, I don't think Lily is unaware of these allegations. Like, I know multiple people have brought them up towards her because a lot of people will send stuff to Lily that she just plainly, blankly ignores. So the fact that she has made her video knowing about these allegations and still said nothing about them is in itself a little bit not good.
No. And I mean, I think we're giving her the benefit of the doubt here when she doesn't deserve it. I can't help but feel like she sees another creator that was accused of sexual misconduct and and creates art and games that she enjoys and is hoping to find camaraderie in that, because like Lily is not just engaging with Nom Nom Nami as like a passive viewer. She's speaking directly to Nom Nom Nami. They've had conversations. I believe her wife, Michaela, drew a guest panel for Nom Nom Nami's webcomic, or like it appeared on her blog. Yeah. So like, not just like, oh, I'm playing this person's game, but is allying herself with Nom Nom Nami. Probably not just in spite of the allegations, but because of it.
Exactly. Like, there is certainly an element of promoting someone who, by all means, should not be promoted, and not being honest about the nature of that promotion or the person who is being promoted.
Mm-hmm. And they're both accused of very similar things, so.
Yeah, there is that as well. But what it all comes down to is that if people like you or me, or just other critics on the net, say absolutely nothing about this, then the only person who is saying anything about this is Lily Orchard, which means you are handing her a free win to control the narrative.
Exactly.
Yeah. So do we let that criticism slide? Well, no, in which case you have to make something to counter it. And the exact nature of that counterclaim can be, it can be another call-out post, or it can be a full-on video essay. Bear in mind that not every message is going to be able to reach every person equally. If you open every video on Lily Orchard with the sexual assault allegations towards Lily's sister, or towards Lily made by her sister, then you're going to lose a lot of people who just go, oh, they are just pedo-jacketing a trans person. No, you have to key your criticism to approach to different people. Yeah. You can't always lead with the strongest argument, unfortunately.
Yep. I totally agree. And the first video that I ever made on Lily, I don't think I said very specifically is like, I know that this is a thing. I don't want to talk about that right now. I want to talk about, I know that there are allegations and I believe the victims, but I want to talk about her video. And it was the first video I ever made about her. And it was one of my best performing ones, and the one that made me gain the audience that I have now. I think it was in large part. And
exactly. With all due respect, there's a lot of videos about Lily, and most of them are much better than anything I could make about her.
Yeah. And granted, there are a lot of videos about Lily that only talk about the allegations, and those people are not are sitting under 500 subscribers. Critically analyzing somebody like Lily or somebody like Nom Nom Nami, if you do it well, it's the kind of thing that people want to listen to, and it'll make them think about this sort of thing. And again, it's not so much that I specifically started my YouTube career because I want Lily Orchard to die and be and for nobody to ever watch a Lily Orchard video again. It's because I don't want there to be another Lily Orchard. I don't want people to find a person who everybody thinks the sun shines out of their ass and they believe everything they say, up to and including calling a Jewish woman a Nazi, and saying, actually, the person that's accusing me of raping them, she's the one that raped me. We need to stop treating people like that. And
absolutely.
And letting those people control the narrative, but also take up so much space in our minds to the point that whenever we hear, a sex allegation, I'm not going to listen to that. I'm not going to listen to that. That's just this thought-stopping technique for them. So sometimes, and again, I've brought this up in terms of my relationship with Harry Potter. I've brought this up in past videos, but I haven't mentioned it here, about the relationship I had with my church, in that you would be surprised what knocks sense into people. You never know what is going to be somebody's ladder up out of that world. And for me, it's been a combination of criticism and education and reading. Every single time, that's what snapped me out of a toxic way of thinking.
Absolutely. 7 incredibly powerful words. That doesn't sound right. Let me check.
Exactly. Always do your research. You can't, and this goes back to you can't read a book that is going to turn you into a bad person. That's not what this is about. This is playing a Nom Nom Nami game. If I may be blunt, I think we're far enough into the stream. Playing a Nom Nom Nami game is not going to turn you into a pedophile. It's just not. However, I think that if we analyze and we criticize a Nom Nom Nami game, especially Return to Ash, then it can give us some perspective on Nom Nom Nami as a person.
Absolutely.
And
I think...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say. So, again, I haven't actually played the game myself. So take this all with a grain of salt. I haven't had the chance to deeply analyze Nami's words. In fact, my best point of reference so far with what occurs in the game itself is unfortunately Lily's video. Even from watching that video, one of the things I noticed, if this game is supposedly sort of about Nami reflecting on the time she felt isolated as a result of the fallout from those allegations, the characters in those games, or in that game, are stuck in sort of a limbo space that they supposedly experience from social death. So it's sort of like a no exit, hell is other people type situation where you've got a very empty place where people just are forced to interact with each other against their will. The people who are there, all of them seem to be in a position where they did bad things, but it wasn't their fault. Like they have very clear justifications for, oh, you know, someone else made me do this horrible thing that ended up blackmailing a bunch of women. Somebody else got me into this multi-level marketing scheme, which then destroyed my life. And I'm sitting there thinking, this is a lot of apology deflection.
Yep.
Like, it's great. I'm curious to play the game myself just to see if Nom Nom Nami is in fact saying those things, because if that is what she has come to gain, like what she's come to learn from her time reflecting on the call out, then that's really a bad sign for her growth as a person, for her development. Like, maybe there was a chance for reflection and she hasn't taken it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely, yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's a fair thing to say. And oh man, it brings up in stark contrast to Nom Nom Nami. And I would like to bring up another indie creator who is very controversial, Nemli, who is the creator of The Coffin of Andy and Lele, which very much is a horror story that is very obvious with what it's about, and Nemli arguably, you know, there's some evidence that she, brother sister shit is kind of, and she's like made like a game and there's like self-cessed in it, but there is no like, from what we know, she's never done anything to a sibling. She's just kind of has weird interests, but she often displays them in, well, what can only be described as a very like gothic horror romantic way, which is a video that I eventually want to make, is how The Coffin of Andy and Lele is a modern gothic horror masterpiece. Because we don't get a lot of that kind of story anymore, where you take the grotesque and you find these elements in it that might even look beautiful in a certain light, but that doesn't make it any more or any less grotesque. And the way that that sort of cognitive dissonance plays with each other, where, hey, these two characters that absolutely should not be together and are doing awful, terrible things are finding some sense of peace and happiness and growing as people, but they're cannibal serial killers. And I guess they're also siblings that are, you know, horny for each other, which is fucked up, but like, it's weird that like that's the thing that people take issue with, considering that they're cannibal serial killers. But anyway, and
I see your vision, Prim, and I'm excited for that video.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think that people have gotten a little too soft. And again, it comes back to, okay, so are you afraid that people are going to be tainted by Nemli? Or are you like, is it, you know what I mean? Like, it feels more as like, oh, this piece of fiction is going to taint people and turn them into a bunch of weird incest fetishes, and they're going to start fucking their sisters. And it's like, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that we're in danger of that happening. Don't worry, guys.
I don't think that The Coffin of Andy and Lele is the piece of media that is going to suddenly, you know, create a wave of incest obsession across the nation, or whichever nation you choose.
Yeah, I mean, that's we live in a world where one of the most popular categories on Pornhub as like stepsister and stepmother and shit like that. Like,
We live in a post Game of Thrones world.
yeah, exactly.
Nothing more needs to be said.
And I think that Coffin is commenting on that phenomena of like trauma bonding and enmeshed relationships, and yeah, it's dark, but it's not trying to be anything other than dark. Whereas you have, and I haven't really, I said I was gonna say I haven't really, but I haven't at all played any of Nom Nom Nami's games. I am not the target audience. I am I'm a gay, mostly asexual man in my 30s, and my favorite the show that I've been watching the past couple weeks has been Dexter, and like before that it was like Doctor Who and Star Trek. Like I'm not the target demographic. So I was never probably going to play these games. I might now, just because I think it might be interesting to criticize it in the lens that you're talking about. But I've never played one of these games. However, I have a sneaking suspicion that these odd relationships, because if I recall, there's one where like a weird candy golem that is basically a child is in a romantic relationship with the sister or something.
Not quite.
like-
So, yeah, there is one where there is a candy golem who was created to appeal to one specific character who is very reluctant to be macked on by said golem. And yes, it's very much a case of in the universe equivalent of Born Sexy Yesterday.
Yeah. But she also
quote
kind
her.
of looks like I mean,
Yes, there is the... it's hard to tell with Nami's art style because everybody looks mushy, I suppose. It's one way to put it.
yeah, Moe Blob. It's Moe Blob.
Moe
Everybody...
Yeah.
That looks... I don't know how else you could interpret... I don't like this.
Yeah, that's very fair. It's not good.
Yeah. I don't like that one. And she's shorter than all... Ooh. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, so I feel more uncomfortable when people... I feel more uncomfortable when people like normalize it and try to make it seem like a positive good thing that you don't have to worry about, versus like, hey, let's put this terrible bad thing under a magnifying glass and talk about how bad and terrible it is and how much it's disturbing and like all the weird, gritty, like painful reality of this awful, terrible thing. You know what I mean? Like the first one, like I'm like, I don't know about that. But the second one, I'm like, yeah, that's an interesting conversation to have. And I feel like that's the difference between Nom Nom Nami and Nemli.
Yeah, definitely. Like, both of them should make you at least, like, have some questions.
Yeah. Yes.
It's just one more, I guess, openly invites those questions, while one,
He's kind of
has us in here
sweeping.
going, hang on a second. Yeah.
Yeah, one of them's trying to sweep it under the rug. It's like, hey, don't think about it. This is fine. And considering again the allegations against Nom Nom Nami. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
I mean, I can share another fun fact about the Return to Ash game that I realized when I was like looking up the promo stuff for
Oh,
it.
is this the Ashley Wintergraves thing?
Well, there's the fact that the protagonist's name is Ashley Wintergraves, which I'm pretty sure is an unfortunate coincidence. I don't know if Nom Nom Nami has even played Coffin of Andy and Lele, or if it's even like aware of it beyond like being dimly aware, because it doesn't really seem like her style of visual novel / RPG maker game.
Mm-hmm.
No, the point I was going to make is that Ashley, the main character of Return to Ash, is the same age that Nami was when she was in the relationship with the 14-year-old 23. But she herself looks like a basically a teenager in that game, even in terms of
And
in terms of Nami's artistic style.
didn't Nami also lie when to the parents saying that she was a teenager? So she used the fact that she looked young. Oh boy, man-made horror is beyond my comprehension.
Yep, we can all just pretend like none of this happened and let Lily be the final word on this game. We could just, yeah, we could choose to remain ignorant and just let things go to hell. Or we could, I don't know, say something.
Yeah. Now, I think if I made a video on this game, I don't think I would mention Lily Orchard. And I've done this with a few things. This is a bad example. But I have like streamed a few things and made a couple videos that aren't about Lily Orchard, but they are a response to something she said, and I never bring her up. Because I feel like, you know, my opinion can rest on its own laurels. I don't need to bring her up every time I have one.
Gee, I had no idea. Also, how's your Baldur's Gate gameplay going?
I'll be finished. I'm hoping I'll finish it up tomorrow. I think that I'm probably going to only play through. I forgot how long Baldur's Gate 3 is. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up part 1, and then I will probably finish the rest off stream, because what I was finding would happen when I was playing with it is I would end stream and then I'd go for a break. Like, I'd go downstairs and I'd like have some fresh air and maybe have like a snack, and they'd be like, I want to go play Baldur's Gate again. I'm ready to get back in the saddle, but the stream's over, so I can't. So I think just I am enjoying streaming it, but I don't think it's a very good game to stream. You know what I mean? Because like there's so much dialogue and it's so controlled by the pace of the dialogue, and I like the pacing. I don't think it makes for good stream material. I think Baldur's Gate 3
I agree.
works best experienced firsthand. Because it is, at the end of the day, and I have this opinion about a lot of like streamed D&D games. The point of D&D is to play D&D. And Baldur's Gate 3 does a very good job of emulating what a D&D campaign feels like. Obviously, there's some limitations, but you know, I've been playing D&D for a very long time, and I loved Baldur's Gate 3 when it came out, and I still love it. However, I think that you don't get the full experience of what playing and experiencing Dungeons and Dragons or Baldur's Gate 3 is unless you're doing it yourself. And I'm someone, I don't like Critical Role. I don't like the Adventure Zone. I don't want to listen to somebody else's campaign. I want to have my own. And I think and my advice, I will make a video. I am planning on making a video about Baldur's Gate 3, but I don't want to like play it for people. I think people should play it for themselves. So I think ending at the end of part 1 is a good move so that we have some sense of finality. But yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Fun tangent. Yeah, so that was like I guess my main point for this stream today.
Do you have anything to plug?
Not really. I suppose if you don't know who Lily Orchard is by this point, just like stay as far away from her as possible. If you do get stuck in the mud and the mire, I do have a Tumblr where I point out some of the like mostly just the factual inaccuracies she says in a lot of her either streams or Blue Sky posts. That is the lilypit.tumblr. Beyond that, if you want to hang, like I'm in Crim's server, so become a Patreon member of Crim's Patreon and join Crim's server so you can come say hi there.
All right. Thank you so much.
It has been a pleasure.
Bye-bye. All right. Let me see here. Oh, The next person is no longer in voice call. And okay. All right, we're bringing in the next person. Move to my little private voice chat. Hello, hello. Are you there? Uh-oh. Okay. Hello. Uh-oh. I heard my own voice, so... Bear with me. Hello. Don't leave the chat. Don't join the other chat. Oh my god, they did it again. Let me try that again. I might need to figure out a better way to do this. Hello, hello. I heard my own voice, so...
Hello, is it on?
Yes, it is, but I heard my voice, so...
Okay, sorry, this is my first time doing this.
Okay, no problem. What would you like to talk about, and can you introduce yourself?
Hello, I am the professor of comics, Sam Smith. I recently got my master's degree in history, and I am a massive comic book nerd and historical expert.
Bear with me. I'm hearing a bit of an echo, so make sure that the stream is muted. Hello. Don't leave the chat. Don't join the other chat. Oh my god, they did it again. I'm continuing to hear myself. Uh-oh. Okay, well... I will, I think, leave that person to fix their audio issues. Yeah, that's what I said, and they didn't. I'll let them fix their audio issues. I think this person left. See if there's still... Okay. Okay. I think they figured it out. Let me go back to the... This is a different system than what I usually do. It's just that this has become like a much bigger... Move to private voice chat. Hello.
Oh, are you there? Hello?
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh no. We might have to move along, unfortunately. We're having some tech issues, I think. Um okay. All right. I think that okay, so I was noticing some audio issues with echoing. So, Professor of Comics, if you could figure that out and just make sure that you're using like make sure that there's no echo because I was hearing a lot of echo, and then talk to the mods again, and then once you got that figured out, I can bring you back. But I think I'm going to um bring somebody else in for now, if that and get back to me when you got that figured out. Just talk to the mods again. And yes, I would like to talk about your canceled musician, Jazz. Let me see. Where are you? Are you in here? You have to. Okay, so to get in, you have to go into the call in waiting room, and then I'll bring you on to a private voice chat with my little mod powers. Is how it works. So if you're Jazz, if you're in the server, I know because I talk to you all the time. Just send a little message in the call in waiting room so that I can move you. More, hold on. Sorry for the lull in activity, folks. Like I said, we're trying out a new system. We're trying out a new system just because the server is getting bigger and my audience is getting bigger. And how I used to do it was it would just be like, oh, call in and just sit in here, and I will pick whoever is in VC. but it's gotten a little hectic the last couple times I've done it that way. So I'm trying to shift to like a new system so that my mods can make sure that who's ever coming on stream is ready. And yeah. Move to private voice. There we go. Hello, hello.
Heard, hello. Can you hear me? How do I sound on your end? Do I have an echo?
No echo, a little bit of background noise, but it's fine. It's fine. A little bit. Not everybody can have like a standalone hypercast streaming microphone, so it's fine.
I'm getting there. I can't believe you're sound shaming me. Yeah, this is a new level of discrimination. You heard it here. Sound shaming. But speaking of the canceled people in this little not peanut gallery. Like
can you introduce yourself as well?
Of canceled people. I have a musician. And unfortunately, yeah, she's another canceled trans woman.
Oh boy.
Okay, so a few years ago, I found this artist, and I think it was around COVID or maybe like that sort of year. I found this, and like her name is kind of off color, so like I don't know like if this will demonetize your stream. So I'm going to keep myself as, you know, clean as possible. But her name is Sewer.
Oh yeah.
SLVT. You probably heard of her.
Sewer slut. Yeah, no, we could say that.
Yeah,
That's fine.
she's very popular in, like the alternative community, or just like, like the drum and bass community. Like very popular. I mean, very well known. And, like I discovered her, loved her music. Like I'm a big fan of that genre, like of music. I just found it so haunting, so visceral, so dark. I loved it. And then I found out about her, her controversies, like she's had quite a few, her influences regarding, like lolicon and her own racist past. There was some toss in of, being a abuser, like against her pets. And, like there's a hodgepodge of multiple things surrounding her. And then, like there comes that discussion, right? And during that time, I also found this musician that I really liked. And maybe you heard him too, because he had one viral song. His name is Mr. Kitty. I loved some of his music. And then I found out that he unfortunately did some, he messaged a underage fan. And not the best look, right? Like not good, definitely side-eye worthy, what the heck? And like because when a musician gets canceled, yeah, that's a different sort of loss as well, because it's like music is extremely personal to so many people. Like, I mean, like I've heard countless people tell me this musician, their music, their band saved my life. Like, like I wouldn't be around, like if it hadn't been for this piece of media or this piece of music in particular. And, like I was a super duper bummed, when I heard that Sewer Slut did, these things and had, not the best past, right? Like I struggle sometimes, like to come around and cope with the fact that somebody's music that I loved, like quite a lot. Like I listened to her music for multiple years just on like, just like, like on like a weekly basis, her songs would come on my playlist. And, hearing about that, I was like, well, I can't have anything in life. Like, but then again, we, like we have this thing where when we take somebody and their works touch our lives, we elevate them to where we forget that they're still humans. They're capable of making mistakes and making grave mistakes, right? Like, like there are some things that people can forgive and can't forgive. And there are the times, right? And, like taking this back to J.K. Rowling, if a Harry Potter fan came up to you and said, like, I know she's done bad things, but can I still read the books and consume the media? And I think, they want to hear us say, something, yeah, little guy, you can enjoy Harry Potter. You're not going to hell for it. And, but like, what we kind of have to let people like that know is that you can consume the work she's made, but the people that she's hurting are allowed to not want to interact with you.
Yep.
You're going to lose a friendship. And is your connection to this piece of media more important than the person you're friends with? Because that's kind of what it's coming to, like at this point, like like I've said, right? Like I was never a Harry Potter fan. That missed me, but I can, like, I have that empathy to understand how deeply, like a person's work can touch somebody, right? Because, with Sewer Slut, that one, like, say when I found out that she had done some stinky stuff, I was like, but I also wasn't surprised because, like, unfortunately, like when you struggle with, mental health, how she did, it leads you to make mistakes. And not everybody that struggles with their mental health will do the things she did. But, like, unfortunately, some people make bad mistakes, when they're in like a terrible headspace. And it's not up to us to forgive that person, but the people that this person has hurt. And can we still consume her music, right? Because, like, it's, not the same thing as, like, because like she mostly made, I guess like tracks you would call, like she didn't really have lyrics to really discern or pick apart. It's mostly vibes and samples. And, like, I personally, there are times where I slip back into like a habit and I listen to a track of hers. Like my favorite track from her is Mr. Kill Myself. It's so good. It's such a layered, crazy, just relaxing track. To be honest, it's a masterful piece of, of the drum and bass genre. Love it a lot. But it's tainted now, right? I don't feel that level of catharsis, that her music brought me way back in the day because the things she's done pop into my head.
Yep.
And I struggle with that, right? And recently we have, oh my goodness, I'm sorry that, like, it's not a pattern, you guys. I promise that I'm not bringing up trans women who were canceled. But recently, the musician, the Ethel Cain woman was canceled. She unfortunately made some very racist tweets in her past, and she apologized for it very recently. And, she made tweets that were rather, they were racist towards Black people and towards Hispanic people. And, and there are times, right? And I think that a lot of people of color will see this and go, I wasn't surprised. I expected this because we're so jaded, like at this point. And, and like say that somebody came up to me and said, can I still listen to her music? And I'll be like, I think that Ethel can grow and change, right? She made these tweets when she, like she said it herself, she was in a bad headspace when she did this. And those bad headspaces lead you to do things and say things you would never have done if you weren't that way. But like I said, not all people that struggle, with their mental health will do bad things. Like if that makes any sense. And I won't cancel someone for being a Ethel Cain fan. I personally think she can leave her cringe ass, that edgy 4chaner persona she had in the past because, like Sewer Slut had that similar pattern where, they're both white and racism, it won't affect them, like the way that, like we as people of color are faced with racism on, when Trump got elected and, is the president again? Dude, the vibes are rancid where I live. I can viscerally feel the hatred in the air. But for some white people, they don't, they don't feel that same life-threatening vibe. So to the white fans, of her that would be like, can I still listen to her? I won't cancel you, but there will be some people that won't feel comfortable, with you. you know, like if you hear her music, and that's their opinion, you know, like you don't have to agree with them and they don't have to agree with you.
I think that, like, when we bring this back to critical analysis, because like I said, I think,
Yeah.
is it ethical to consume this person's work is only half
Yeah.
of the conversation. Now, it doesn't really sound like there's anything to critically analyze about
here. Yeah.
about Sewer Slut, because again, not really lyrics going on. It's kind of hard to, unless you're like a music expert, if you're into musicology and composition, and like maybe you can critically analyze some stuff there, but it doesn't, like what is it saying? What is it touching on? A lot of that is going to be projection and very subjective because there isn't any text. Like it's vibes. So you know, it kind of, that specific example, it kind of makes it difficult to talk about. But if you were for example to find a musician that had like a lot of songs about abuse, and then you found out that oh, this person wasn't on the receiving end of abuse, they were the perpetrator, then you have something to talk about. But I'm not sure that there's anything being made aware of Sewer Slut's actions has on the conversation. And that's when it becomes difficult. It's kind of like how, like, and I think the comparison I'd want to bring up here, Neil Gaiman again, because like, he knows the difference. He made great books, and he just was a shitty person in his personal life. So like, but like, what does his actions have to say about what does his actions have to say about his work? And I don't think anything really. So it's like, I just don't want to engage with Neil Gaiman at all at this point. And like, there's tons of stuff to analyze. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know if it's constructive, and I'm kind of at a loss for these themes that I've pulled from his books, such as the nature of bravery and fear and choosing your own destiny. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to.
And I feel like I feel your struggle, because like I'm framing, like, and I'm gonna bring this back to what I was saying, that like we elevate these people to where we're like, oh, their mind, it's so beyond mine, they're like gods to me, when no, they're just human. Like Gaiman was a human, J.K. Rowling is a human, Sewer Slut's a human, and we have to remember that like they aren't monsters, like they're just humans that made horrible mistakes. And humans, like even the bad ones, there is some, like they have some humanity in them. And I know that that's so difficult to come to terms to. Like, I am still struggling sometimes too, like to come to terms with some of the things that these people have done, right? Like Gaiman's, like reading the article, I was like shaken, like afterwards, like I'm very desensitized, but even then I was like, oh my goodness, that was a difficult read. And it's so easy to paint him as this calculating, cruel monster when he's just a human, and humans are capable of doing horrible things, but they're also capable of writing profound things. And it's just, like, it's very complex. And then we get to, like that, and we get to that enduring question, but can I still consume their media? And I'm like, you can't, and, that's kind of like the question that we're having right now. It's like, and I do agree with what Raccoon said. I think that even media made by terrible people should still have a engagement to understand it, to learn something from it. But like you being able to explore a terrible person's work does not mean you are condoning that person. You're studying from it. You're trying to extrapolate. Like, and I wish that I was more of like the eloquent person to kind of form my words with what I'm trying to say. But like how how y'all brought up the book Mein Kampf. I couldn't get through the book. Who brought it up? But
I
yeah,
did.
like it's
I
written.
brought up Mein
Yeah,
Kampf.
yeah. It's poorly written. It's so edgy. It's like, but just because I read some of it, that doesn't mean that I'm supporting Hitler. Like, no, of course not. We study these things because we want to understand why, and we see the patterns. Like I had watched a video discussing the man that shot up the mosque in New Zealand. His writings very similar to Hitler's, and
Yep.
it's a similar pattern with those type of mass shooters. They parrot similar writing styles, beliefs, and we see the pattern, and we can take that knowledge that we gain from reading stuff like Mein Kampf, and when we see somebody who's acting like this, we can jump in and get that person help and
Yep.
stop something grave from happening.
Shut that shit down. Exactly.
Yes. But that was my little spiel, I don't know, if I managed to get a coherent point out there, since I was jumping from canceled musicians to freaking Hitler. But, I hope that something I said may have connected with somebody. And, I'm still, I really, really enjoy your show because it opens up a dialogue, because, I still don't have a, the answers for these very difficult questions. But it's good to talk about them because so many people struggle with them, and knowing that they're not the only person still coming to terms with, how heartbreaking, these things can be. It really just takes, this away, off of you. But thank you for having me on, Crim. I'll see you later. You take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, Mr. Go. Bye.
It's something that I do want to say, is that, I would appreciate people stop asking me and other people permission to, listen to people like Sewer Slut or read books like Harry Potter. Stop asking permission. Just, if you want to read it, you need to decide for yourself. Nobody can make the decision for you. But I don't, it's like, can I please read Harry Potter? Please. What am I gonna do? Arrest you? That's not how that works. If you want to talk to me about it, absolutely we can. And some of the hard feelings you have around it, absolutely we can. But don't stop asking me permission for that kind of shit. I don't like it when people do that personally. You got to decide for yourself if that's something that you're okay with doing. I can't tell you if it's okay for you to do that, because that's, I'm not the arbiter of good and evil. And yeah, it does kind of it's I'm gonna make a very terrible comparison. It's like asking for the N-word pass. You're putting somebody in a position where you kind of feel like an asshole for saying no, and no amount of, no, you can tell me what you really think, is ever going to get rid of that feeling. But the fact of the matter is that you have all the power in that conversation. If you ask me, hey, can I please read Harry Potter? And I say no, if that's how you really feel. No, if you read Harry Potter, I won't want to be your friend anymore. That's not really, my feelings are complicated and nuanced. But if I honestly said no, I'd look like a huge bitch. I would feel like a huge bitch, and you would kind of see me as a bitch that's not letting you do something. So in order to appease you, I'm kind of put into this position where I kind of gotta say yes and give you permission to do something that might hurt me. And I don't think people that do that sort of thing realize that that's what they're doing. I have to believe that they don't realize that's what they're doing. But yeah, I'm not your dad. I'm not going to ground you. But when you do that to me, and when you do that to other people, you're putting them in a position where they have to say yes or feel like a bitch. It's coercive. Yeah. All right. All right, I'm gonna yoink somebody. You fucking yoinked.
Oh my god, hello?
Hi. I hope I didn't interrupt a conversation you're having with the mods. I just kind of yoinked.
Hi. Hi. Am I on the YouTubes now or
You are on the YouTubes now. Can you introduce yourself and let me know what you want to talk about?
Hi, hello YouTube. I am Val. I am a regular on some of the Inferno episodes here. I am an artist. I'm just a wee baby college student, focusing much of my studies on philosophy. Do not mind the the crusty Anakin Skywalker on my profile picture. Anywho,
I think it's
I
perfect.
really I think my profile picture is very reflective of like how I feel about this one author that I really wanted to talk about today. I promise I will keep it brief, but I think it's relevant to the conversation because not only is this author kind of like complicated politically, you know,
Mhm.
the topic that I really wanted to talk about today is our um, it is how we should or where we are directing ourselves when we are dealing with the legacy of children's book author Dr. Seuss.
Yes. Yeah. And again, just let's make sure, because I've had a few people drift from critical analysis to just consuming the media. And again, that's only half of the conversation. But yes, please go for it.
Sure. I this morning my time I actually like considered not contributing something to the Inferno episode today just because I'm like, well, you've already deconstructed and critically like engaged with like Lily Orchard and like, other other like other creatives. And it is exactly because of like your analysis. I'm like, oh my god, little Crimmy man has such wrinkled brain. I need more. Let him
Aw.
cook. Um, but then I suddenly remembered after my little shopping trip for errands today, like, wait a minute, like after digging up more into my cranium, I realized, wait, like I myself have very complicated feelings about Dr. Seuss.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought if no one else has already like talked about him or an author similar of his caliber within the episode today, I thought it was a good idea to come and talk about him.
Yep.
Um, you know, I I chose Dr. Seuss in particular just because, like, a lot of his works were like highly regarded as like, very important, especially to help engage with children to practice language and phonics,
Mhm.
especially that, like, a lot of his fictional works for like, K to 12 like classrooms, these books have been translated to 150 languages and shared and reprinted all across the globe. um but then, like, in my own little like political journey, when I started to learn about like intersectionality and theory just like as a hobby, I began to see articles like back in 2015, about people finally like confronting Dr. Seuss, or like there's whispers amongst like my own classmates and English teachers being like, yes, like unfortunately Dr. Seuss kind of had like his own racial biases. And even as late as 2021, I've also read articles published by like, people and thinkers of whether or not like should we cancel Dr. Seuss, even though like the guy's in his grave. Should we continue to censor these works because of his difficult like relationship with race? Like, despite the really good and very important messages in much of his books. I mean, personally speaking, I really like Horton Hears a Who.
I
I
I wanted to bring that one up actually in terms of
Oh, yes,
racializing.
okay,
Yeah, because
sure, go ahead.
he had some crummy views about racialized people, and I think Horton Hears Who was written after he realized how wrong he was. So his works like grew as he did, as he developed more of an understanding for other people and realized his own fallibility as a person. And that doesn't mean that like he was perfect after he wrote Horton Hears a Who, but he had, he acknowledged that he wasn't perfect and that he was misguided, and he explored that through a creative work. And I don't know, I think that's something that is worth talking about. It's how some of his earlier works kind of share a bit of a different message, and how that changed after Horton Hears a Who.
Sure. Obviously these criticisms of Dr. Seuss have been going on since the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And like, even when we did see like his personal political growth like grow alongside his literature, in the hindsight 2025, like I still see that like a lot of people around the world like we're still talking about his past, as if like the direction that he was getting on still like wasn't enough. Even to this day, like I still struggle myself of like, wow, like, I very much like grew up with these, with these books and like, some of the animated and like film adaptations. My father's personal favorite is Grinch. We love we love Jim Carrey in like funny funny green makeup. But like, some of the narratives behind these books, like yes, they start teaching children along with fun rhymes, to start developing empathy and have these biases that play with inclusivity. Um, but then like obviously with like his understanding of like Asian people at the time, and like how the guy even like treated his wife. I still see people you know still acting like, wow, should Dr. Seuss be alive today, we gotta cancel him on twitter.com. And I don't know um how how further should we progress with these books that he's left behind for, like, many of us. I've seen some people call for censorship. I've seen some people call for like a cultivated selection of his books, for us to still like keep and encourage sharing with future generations of children. And then I've seen criticisms of people just straight up being like, no, like we're gonna stick our heads into the sand and act like we shouldn't be engaging with these books, or like these ideas because of the association of his controversies.
Yeah, and I think Dr. Seuss is a very interesting subject regarding. I've critically analyzed one of his. I've spoken to. I don't know if critically analyzing it is a good way to put it, but I've spoken about one of his books very specifically on this channel in relation to media literacy, and it was Green Eggs and Ham. Because no, Green Eggs and Ham is not about trying new foods. It's not about forcing people to eat foods that they don't like in hopes that maybe they will actually secretly like it when they do. That's not what that book is about.
Right, or like harassing people until they say yes. It's like that. It was so clear that was not the book was about. Yeah.
And again, I think this like completely. I mean, like different but similar. It's the same kind of conversations that we have about H.P. Lovecraft. Seuss is dead. Am I gonna piss on his grave? No. I think that he was a flawed man, just like a lot of authors and other creatives are, because, creatives and public figures are flawed human beings, just like the rest of us. And I think that critically analyzing a book, like the books and the works of, Seuss, does kind of lend back to that. What did Raccoon Warlock call it? Heuretic circle, where we read the book and then we analyze the context and the person who made that book, and then we read it again. And I think having that sort of dialogue between author, context, and the creation in and of itself can give us a better understanding of Seuss, of the nature of racism and bigotry, and when well-meaning people spread messages that aren't great, and the fact that unfortunately most of the time racism isn't a conscious I fucking hate Asian people, fuck Asian people. Like, that's not really how racism works most of the time. Do not clip that, I'll kill you all. Yeah. So in that sense, I think like it is valuable to critically analyze. I think sticking your head in the sand and ignoring all of the problematic things that he does. I don't know. I think that sucks.
Yeah. I think every time like we see these like, great authors, showcasing the kind of like message that they want to leave behind for the rest of like the world, and how much like we want to learn from the author. We got some really great bangers like the Lorax. The Lorax has like radicalized little 5-year-old me to start caring about the environment for sure. And so like, hey, 10 years later, I'm in English class learning about Macbeth, and then my classmate is like, actually Dr. Seuss problematic because he hated them Japs or like whatever. I'm Korean, I can say it. You will not take that away from me, YouTube.
I'm not going to. It just caught me off guard. Oh my god.
I love that you and I are chill enough to like discuss these things and like have our little brain rot moments. I don't know. I love it.
Yeah, the stream audience, I don't fucking know. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. Yeah, but like, my point is that like, even like great thinkers like, even before us, even before you and I fucking, spawned on the public server that is the earth. Like, we have these archives of like thinkers and like academia also like critically analyzing or even like criticizing Dr. Seuss and his books, like whether it's his stuff from the 50s or his stuff from like from the 70s. And my confusion is like, yeah, like we're still having the same conversation about him today, and we're still struggling to decide where do we go with this, you know what I mean? Especially when like there are some places in the United States right now where like PragerU is being very invasive with public education. I know the internet is going crazy right now that PragerU is unironically arguing actually slavery wasn't that bad. It's actually based to be a slave. And I'm thinking like, wow, like we really traded Dr. Seuss, like we really traded Horton Hears a Who or like How the Grinch Stole Christmas like for this, you know what I mean?
And we absolutely, and also we probably should be criticizing PragerU. We shouldn't just let that sit there.
Sure. Yeah.
Like I think the more influential something is, the more important it is to criticize it and to analyze it and pick it apart and understand what made it what it is. I think that PragerU is a little bit more damaging than Dr. Seuss.
Completely agree.
And I think that it warrants more discussions. But again, like, I think what's most important to talk about is bad works made by bad people. Good works made by bad people. And again, we're using very black and white language, but this is a very nuanced topic. But yeah, I think it's important to understand how certain thought patterns and lack of education can create a piece of work. And I mean that in the literal sense and in the figurative sense, in terms of a piece of work meaning a shitty person.
Yeah. I see like similar things happen with like not just authors or writers, but even just like YouTube creatives, visual artists and like television show / film directors. I see people kind of like doing the same thing when like said creative wants to play with like a very complex topic or subject in a really nuanced way. But like I don't know if it's because people lack media literacy or they are like politically naive. I'm not sure if this is a chicken or the egg thing, but like if something transgressive comes to our culture through these mediums, but like because these people are not according to like much of us as consumers, by our standard, because this person is not perfect, despite the fact of them being like on the right track to correct themselves, i.e., what Dr. Seuss was trying to do in his later life. We as a collective, we still, we still want to, kill said creative with hammers.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, but on the other hand, it's like, I think that a platform is a privilege, you know?
Yeah.
And having access to a public audience is a privilege. And I think if you cross a certain line, that it's okay if you lose that privilege, because like it's not as if like nobody has a right to a public platform. And I think that like what I've been noticing is a lot of people that have been celebrities for a really long time, or people that have been YouTubers basically their entire adult lives, think that that gives them a right to a platform and that they're owed an audience. And I don't think that's true. I think if you cross a certain line, that you should use access to an audience, and that's a good thing. I still think that you as a human being, because like, sorry to be a cringy leftist, but I think that you still have the right to try to live your best life as long as you're not hurting anybody else, and you deserve happiness and contentment. I've had my brushes with some shitty people on this platform, but I don't want them to get hurt. I don't want them to die. I don't think about, I don't like rub my little hands together like, ooh, I hope they get a piano dropped on their head because they deserve to be dead. I genuinely don't think like that, but I don't think that they should have access to an audience, and I don't think they should be platformed, period. But I think of a lot of the people that I've criticized in the past, especially the ones who are not just the Matt Pats of the world who like, dude, your videos suck, but you seem like a fine, fun, interesting guy that I'd probably buy a drink. But they're also like awful people that have hurt people and have like a victim count.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think they should be on this freaking website. And I'm glad that some of them have lost their audience. You've got people like Lily Orchard, but you've also got people like Creepshow Arts and Blair / Illuminati. And they absolutely shouldn't have an audience, and I'm glad that their channels have exploded and hemorrhaged viewers. Good. We probably shouldn't be listening to people like that.
Yeah.
But anyway.
No, definitely. Yeah, of course. I was more referring to like some of the some of the people who are like trying to grow past that and like fundamentally challenge where and how their biases have been like incorrect. I know Jazz might have better like insight on this. I wish Jazz was here, but like from what I've heard, anyone in the chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. But like I'm talking about some people who are kind of like Calvin Guerra, where like unfortunately, like yes, like they have built their platform and their monetary income of selling very dangerous and problematic messages and ideas to the world, but then like, oh, suddenly like we see that there is this like change of heart. Granted, they're not perfect, or like maybe they're still not as knowledgeable as you and I may be, but like, hey, we're kind of like how Dr. Seuss was trying to do with race. Like we see a creative that's finally like moved away from their previous path, but because they're still not quote unquote perfect yet, or they may have hiccups in here and there, I still see people like grabbing their online pitchforks and still demanding deplatforming. You know what I mean?
I guess in terms of Calvin Guerra specifically, the difference is also not just in a matter of scale, but again, Dr. Seuss is dead. We can't take this in a vacuum of just their actions, but also, like, you can't really platform Seuss because he's no longer with us. We're kind of posthumously analyzing him. Whereas, sure, Calvin, I'm unaware that there has been a heel turn, but if there has, awesome. So happy for them or him or whatever his pronouns are. Do they need to be doing that with a public platform? I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
That's the component, and I brought it up earlier in the stream, is like, is the point of no return different for a public figure versus a layperson? And I think at a certain point, it's like, absolutely, I want you to heal and grow, but I'm not sure that you should be doing this as a public figure. You don't have a right to a platform. Maybe you should be just doing this on your own time, and we shouldn't be platforming you again. And again, this is different for everybody, and I think it's a nuanced conversation in and of itself, but I think it's like something that bears mentioning. And I think that what also will tend to happen is if I decide, hey, I kind of want to look at the body of works of Calvin Garra and analyze how he's changed over the years and what he's still having hang-ups on or whatever. And I think I should be allowed to do that, especially if you're a public figure. You're opening yourself up to that. And I think that he's just going to have to deal with it. Like, if he became a perfect person, he's still going to have to deal with the fact that people are going to talk about his past. If tomorrow he woke up and he was like the best transgender activist that ever lived, and his brain has so many wrinkles that it's creating a singularity at the center of his skull. Like, even if that happened, I think it's still worth analyzing his ascent from the biases he held, why he held them, how he benefited from the kind of transphobia that he exacerbated, and like why that might have changed over the years. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I going back to like the subject of like going back to the subject of Dr. Seuss, yeah, I still see people from all kinds of the political spectrum. We're still debating on like whether or not do we censor it, do we confront Dr. Seuss, or like something else like entirely. Personally, like I am of the opinion that like maybe we should confront it. I want everyone, especially students, like I want people to have access like to these things so that like we can learn from it for sure.
Exactly.
But yeah, but like I I see some of like my politically naive like Asian homies being like, hey, he was super anti-Asian, and a lot of his artwork had some like minstrel stuff, therefore bad. We should censor. Uh, like as I have mentioned, my profile picture of Anakin Skywalker struggling is exactly how I've always been felt about this author.
Yeah. And the thing is that critical analysis in and of itself, I think is a tool for good. The short answer to this question that I've posed in the title of this video is yes, absolutely. I think we should critically analyze the works of bad people, from the darkest sins, I suppose, if we want to frame it like that, to the most mild ones, because I think we can always learn something by critically analyzing the world around us and the actions people take. But being armed with a critical thinking skills, it's so important for engaging with any work, regardless of who made it. So yeah, read lots of books and stay in school, kiddos. It's only going to serve you. School and education is not going to make you worse.
Based knowledge is indeed power, and it is very sexy, and you get all the hot blorbles on your arms. if your brain very wrinkled, you gonna get 500 yaks based. But like, yeah, that's that's like all I wanted to share. I promised I was gonna keep it short, and I will honor that. So thank
All right.
you for hosting me.
And anything to plug?
Anything to plug? Sure, maybe my Twitter and my Blue Sky. Since I mentioned that I am an artist, if any of y'all have been sitting in Crim server, which you should totally join. I share a lot of my works there. My commissions are open. And if you're interested, yeah, feel free to find me at Karamatsu King on both Twitter and Blue Sky, buddies.
If you could drop that in chat, that would be great.
Sure. All right, hold on. Let me let me get on your live real quick, King.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, but if that's it, I'll let you drop that, and I will probably move on to the next person. Thank you for joining me, Val. I appreciate it.
Sure. Of course. Thank you. All right. Bye bye, YouTube.
Good
Mwah.
night. All right. Let's see if our next guest is still awake. Where there. Get yoinked. Hello. I hope you were ready.
Yeah, no, it's good timing. I just muted your stream, so I won't be hearing
Perfect.
myself.
Can you
yeah.
introduce yourself and let me know what you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, of course. So I go by Spaghetti, Spaghetti Dinner online. I'm not really active anywhere though. So, anyways, so I just want to say, I think that moralizing consumption of art, like, does lead to removing nuance from the discussion in general, right? And that, like, all art deserves to be analyzed critically, no matter no matter how shitty either the work or the creator are. But I think a reasonable amount of people have a line that they draw where something either in the art itself, or I guess with the topic of this video specifically, the creators themselves make them too uncomfortable to support.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, like, it's pretty reasonable. Like, and like J.K. Rowling's brought up a bunch reasonably, because I think that's a pretty hot but good topic to bring up, because of all of the things, like the things that were always there but weren't really able to be noticed, like how she names like characters like, I don't know, like Slavesworth Shackle Lover or something. I forget what the fuck, I forget what the
Kingsley
character's
Kingsley Shacklebolt. Yeah, that was weird.
The one. But like, reason like why I specifically wanted to go into this is less about like separating the art from the artist, but like how you address problematic elements you see in the art that you consume.
Yep.
Like, so like what do you like? So like, microaggressions in media was a topic of discussion that I had with some friends of mine just a couple of days ago. And like, it was about Death Note.
Oh boy.
So like, yeah, like, what do you think about Death Note, right? In general? Real quick.
It's one of my favorite animes ever, I would say. I
Exactly,
think that
yeah.
there are some issues. I think it's kind of weird about women. But
Yeah. that was kind of my whole thing. Was like, my thing was like, yeah, it is pretty weird about women, but like, and I got grilled for that. But I do think like it is worth like addressing, like, obviously, like, but it doesn't really detract enough from the greater work itself for me, to where like I can understand where it would for someone else, but like it just doesn't bother me enough.
It's a very personal decision. I think you have to be the one to decide what's too far for you. And I think
Right.
that if I mean, like, personally, if someone told me I'm not going to be friends with you if you like Death Note because it's sexist, I'd be like,
That's where you're drawing the line.
I think you're I think you're insane.
Right? Like, yeah, it's like
you know, some things are more reasonable than others. If somebody's like, I can't handle you being a fan of H.P. Lovecraft because it's like he's so racist, I'd be like, fair point.
right.
Okay, maybe I'll think about that. But if somebody's like, Death Note is so sexist, it's like that's such a small part of it, and it's also
Right.
like,
And it's like,
it's more of like a
Yeah.
bias than like a I fucking hate women. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think the authors are like misogynists in that sense.
no, I think the author straight up like said like he didn't know how to write women. And he wrote Misa Amane in because he was like, oh, this story has no women. What do I do? Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I don't think it's like a blatant like, like, yeah, it's blatantly there, or it like says anything about the author themselves per se. Like, it's just something that is like worthy of addressing, but like, I don't know, it's
Yeah, it's
like, yeah,
Death Note is very much a great example of the difference between misogyny and sexism. Is it
Right.
sexist? Yes. Is it misogynistic? I don't know. I don't think so. I think misogyny has to be more conscious, and more anti-women than just being like, I don't get women. I don't understand them. They kind of scare me a little bit. It's kind of, you know, but yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I hadn't like the misogyny and sexism,
Being
like
different.
drawing a lot. Yeah, being different. I mean, like, yeah, the distinguishing that in that case is something I hadn't considered.
Yeah.
It's good point.
Well,
But
we have.
I think like,
Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. Oh no, I was gonna say like where like by going forward is like where do you think like you personally draw your line for something where it's like something has become so blatant where it's like I don't want to engage with that anymore. Like something becomes so like
Like
up in the forefront.
like the work itself, or like.
Yeah, I mean it could both be. It could be the author as well. Like is like do you yeah.
I'm gonna be real. Rape is usually my line for like the person, like the author themselves. That'll sour me personally on someone pretty damn quickly.
Yeah,
If
I think
they're
that's-
using, if they're using their profits to fund bigotry, like I stopped using Cursed Forge because they literally are fundraising for the IDF on their homepage, or at least they were when I stopped supporting them. But I used to work with Cursed Forge. I used to make money on Cursed Forge. And now I've completely dropped all my projects from it and moved on to a different platform. So, those are two big things for me. I think it's very personal. I still interact with people that use Cursed Forge. But it becomes blurry at that point when there's like a degree of separation, or if somebody works for a company that's part of a conglomerate that is sending money to the IDF, like at that point, like I'm not gonna get mad at somebody for working at McDonald's or working for Starbucks. Like, I think that's a bit ridiculous. But if somebody's like, I fucking love Israel and I love sending them money to drop bombs on people from Palestine, that's my favorite hobby, I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'm not gonna support this person,
Right.
So it's complicated when it's like the person, but like those are kind of two of my big ones. If you have personally financially contributed to bigotry, and it's not just like a shitty opinion that you're working through, if you're just like literally lobbying, or if you have raped somebody,
Yeah.
I think in terms of what the real author / creative has done, especially if they're still alive, that's that's kind of my line there. In terms of my actual line when it comes to the content of a piece of media,
Yeah, that becomes it's very different. I think it's very different because
it's
it's more about
complicated.
it's more about personal taste, and it's not like
It's
because
yeah.
as previous
Or
it's more it's not
and
moralizing it. It's different, but like I think
it's
there is a line, right?
but again, I brought this up earlier with Bella, where Nemli versus Nom Nom Nami. And the difference between Nemli and Nom Nom Nami is that Nemli is making gothic horror and is intentionally playing with the cognitive dissonance of disgust and beauty, which is, that's what the genre is. And then on the other hand, you have Nom Nom Nami, who is trying to like cutify and normalize behavior that is very inappropriate towards young people, and is like, it's really uncomfortable that she's reenacting certain events in such a cutesy way and making herself out to be a victim when she preyed upon a child,
Right, yeah, it's like, and you can then tie that to like those elements, then you put it into the context of the author themselves and like the controversies around them. It paints a picture very similar, to the like Lily Orchard and whatnot, and that has been discussed to death at this point. But
yeah,
yeah,
I think for me, the big one is if it's content that is making the abuse of children out to be titillating. I think that's a big one for me. Is where it's like, absolutely not. I think writing about it as a topic is, like Lolita is another of, but it's classic literature. I think if somebody were to make I that's a very dark path to go down, but
right.
And then it's like, but what if somebody makes a fictional piece of work where no child gets hurt, but it's still, I don't want to read that, and I think the person would disgust me. But like, if I found out that somebody I knew read it, I don't know. Like, I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you read that? And I'd want an explanation. It gets complicated. I think if it's purely contained within the fictional world, then it's a nuanced conversation. I don't want to see that. No, thank you. I'm good.
Yeah.
But it gets complicated when you bring up like, oh well, I was just curious, and it's not like it hurt anybody, and I'd be like, okay, why did you? Okay, but why did you read it? Like, why did you look at that? I mean, like, if I find out, like, how did I find out? Are you just bragging about it in public? And like, it's just, there's so much that goes into that. I wouldn't like it, and I've never come up against that with a personal friend before. Well, I say that, but I've made some discoveries about someone that I used to know recently but I don't talk to them already anyway, so I don't care. And they were already a shitty person in my mind already before I found that out. But like, if I found out my best friend was reading stuff like that, I probably would have a bit of a crisis, I think.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, there's definitely like, and that there's like there's a weird point where it's like there's something that's like not only like not only do you feel uncomfortable with it yourself, but you feel uncomfortable with those around you,
Yeah.
like also. And it's a weird kind of like
That
why
being
yeah.
That being
It's
said,
nuanced,
if somebody was like, I read Stockholm, so you didn't have to, and I'm going to
Yep.
talk about it, that's something that I was going to do, but I was like, I can't get through it. It's
Right,
too
yeah,
much
again,
for
like
me.
engaging with it critically, right? Like is
Yeah.
one thing.
Yeah, I'm
But
engaging with.
engaging with, and then being like, yeah, no, I just wanted to, I liked it, and I'm just,
Yeah, that was hot, and I'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
right.
If somebody read that because they got off to it, I would be like, "Okay,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, I
know."
think like yeah, like there's a engaging with something isn't necessarily a tacit endorsement per
Yes.
se.
Yeah,
It
but
might raise some red flags
yeah,
if you're not
but
doing it the right way. But
yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
Right, exactly.
Your brain
Yeah,
cells
no,
thank you for not reading Stockholm. I tried. I think I might have gotten through. It's so long, you guys. Stockholm is an incredibly long fan fiction, and I think I might have gotten through like the first four or five chapters, and that was only in the first quote unquote book because there's multiple.
Yeah.
And I don't think I want to waste the time or the energy or the brain cells on Stockholm. I'm good, actually. But anyway.
Yeah, no, I think I have a very similar thing. Like, I guess with my like example, I think of that comes to mind is like, I mean, like, I don't personally have a problem with stories that contain rape in general, right?
Yeah.
But there's certain, like, depending on how it is depicted, it can make me too uncomfortable to where I'm like, I have to turn this off.
Yeah.
And for the most stories don't, most things that have it don't. But there's one real example I can think of. It's this Canadian movie. Sorry to bring your country into this, but it's Canadian. It's called Gutterballs. It's a bowling slasher movie, and within the first like act, like within the first like 15 minutes of the movie, there's like a 10-minute long graphic rape scene.
No, thank you.
And it's just like all like sleaze, and like there's nothing, like it's just like there's a lot, like the movie itself has like a lot of like unsimulated sex, and like
Ooh.
so, like it's just, yeah, like it's just actually like actors like actually like, and I don't know like how, like, there's like like the full uncut version of it. There's a full uncut version of it, and the only thing that's changed is the rape scene, and it's called the penetration edition, and it's just makes it longer. That's the only difference. So it's like when it's like that point, I'm like, no, this is disgusting. I don't want to compare that to like another like and then after I watched that, like I saw another movie brought up where it's infamous depiction of rape. It's infamous, or not, it's Irreversible. So it's a French movie by Gaspar Noé, and it's like has also like just this one long take, incredibly uncomfortable rape scene, and it's just like 8 minutes long, and it unsettled me a lot, and it made me like feel like it's not like like and this was it was simulated, it wasn't actual like but it is this just incredibly like brutal scene, but in the context of the movie itself, which also has a weird kind of relationship with women. Well, the protagonists itself are it's like a rape revenge story. It's told in reverse, and like it goes through the night after it's like a kind of, the whole story is like kind of like a vengeance is kind of futile, and like nothing really, didn't really solve anything type thing. But it had a point, and there was like a meaning to it, but it was still so like, it made my skin crawl, and it's like, it was like in similar length, in similar brutality to this other movie, but like done in a way where I guess I can rationalize
Yeah.
rationalize
Yeah.
it more to myself. And it's
Yeah.
not really something like it's also something where it's like if someone tells me that their favorite movie is Gutterballs, I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, you're fucking weird. But like but I think it's, you know, someone like it's their favorite movie is Irreversible. I'm like, oh, you're a French cinephile, you're a French little movie pervert.
Yeah.
Like it's like
It's
yeah,
yeah, it's complicated.
right. Yeah, it's nuanced. That's kind of my whole point. And it's an interesting discussion, and I'm one that I just wanted to get off my chest.
I think that critical analysis is where we have those discussions, and without it, like, we just have the weirdo that's like, my favorite movie is Gutterball, and it's like, is this the only thing that we're gonna hear about this? Is this guy loves Gutterballs? And it's yeah.
Right.
At that point, I think that we probably should be critically analyzing it, just so that they're not the only person in the room talking about it.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't. But it, you know, it doesn't have to be me to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, except it's a personal choice every single time. Was there anything else you wanted to bring up?
No, that's I was just about to say, like, I'm sure I went well over the 10 minutes I said I was going to do. So and that just about wraps up everything. So but yeah.
right.
Thanks. I don't have anything to plug, but thank you for listening to me yap.
All right. You have a great one.
You too. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, and I don't have anybody left in queue, so let me just do the final. I'm muted. I shouldn't be muted. I wasn't talking. Okay. I think that's it for today. That no one left in queue. None of my lovely mods want to come on. No, I was just not talking while I checked to see if there's anybody left. So, yeah, I think this was a pretty good discussion. I think at the end of the day that, in conclusion, critical analysis and is a really good tool for breaking apart a lot of these things. Oh yeah, sometimes the mouth moves because I have like some filters set up on stream. Like I have it set to like noise gated, but I can't do that for the application that runs in my little PNG tuber. But yeah, in conclusion, not to reiterate too much, but I will be editing this into probably a stream highlight later. In conclusion, I think critical analysis is a really important tool we can use to pick apart the works of bad people, and how that quote-unquote badness relates to their arts and patterns that we can pick up and what it says about humanity and the way we treat each other and all of those fun things. And it's a nuanced gradient of many different shades of gray. And there isn't going to be a one-size-fits-all to any author, to any body of works, and to any one person that's consuming it. But yeah, let's wrap this up. Thank you for watching, and thank you to my patrons, Harvey Hummus, Mohammed Page, Boggle, Fiona, Billy, and Zephyr, Somnium Astra, Space Frog, Easy Walker, Garden, Knot, Shira Veed, Swampling, and Vex Fidel. And a special thanks to my staff, Mother Squeakers, Boggles, and Sparrows. If you would like to support me, you can do so on Patreon for as little as $1 a month, and you get access to my Discord and a bunch of other cool perks. You can also donate a one-time donation through my Ko-Fi, which is also linked in the description down below. And I even have a throne wish list. I think there's only one object left on there. People were very generous for my birthday. Most of the stuff on my throne will be going right back into my channel. Or you get to support me for free by liking, commenting, and subscribing, and making sure the notification bell is on. Tomorrow we're going to return to Baldur's Gate 3 for my gaming stream, and I'm thinking we'll do something artsy on Thursday, and with any luck I will have an edited video for you guys this week. Catch you guys all next time. Have a great week. Bye-bye.